Chapter 1060. Feng Ping stared at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a naked beauty, causing Ling Xiao to feel extremely embarrassed. This guy can't be an old glass, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Good, to actually be able to reach this level of strength at the age of 55, it makes this old man feel like he has lived for thousands of years in vain. Feng Ping praised again and again. Elder Feng is too kind. Ling Xiao said modestly. At this time, Zhang Zhenhua couldn't help but think to himself, so this brat is actually so young. If I had known earlier, I would have roped in such a genius as soon as possible. I really regret not listening to my daughter. Zhang Zhenhua knew that Ling Xiao's fighting strength was outstanding, but he had never placed Ling Xiao in his heart. After all, his family did not lack holy emperor elders. But now that he heard that Ling Xiao was actually so young, he still lost his composure. If he paid more attention to Ling Xiao and made Ling Xiao feel grateful to their Zhang family, then wouldn't their Zhang family benefit from Ling Xiao's achievements in the Green Moon Palace in the future? Thinking about it, Zhang Zhenhua felt a little regretful. He only hoped that Ling Xiao did not have any ill feelings towards their Zhang family. Feng Holin, who was sitting at the side, looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of jealousy, as if he thought that Ling Xiao had lied about his age. How could he be so young? In their palace, there was no one who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor at such an age. Thinking about how their Green Moon Palace's ancestral master had once entered the ranks of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, when he reached Ling Xiao's strength, he was already over 200 years old. At that time, he was already an extraordinary genius. However, compared to Ling Xiao, he was still inferior. You don't need to be humble. In the Heavenly Dragon realm, there are only a handful of people who have reached this level of strength at your age. Feng Ping praised and continued, Are you willing to join our Cyan Moon Palace? I can recommend a divine king to be your master. With your tenbin, I believe that in less than 1,000 years, you should have the qualifications to become a divine king. As soon as these words came out, everyone present had an envious look on their faces. Feng Holin, on the other hand, was in a bad mood. You make it sound good, but it's already pretty good that 1 out of 100,000 holy emperors can break through to become a god king. With this commoner's abilities, how could there be a place for him to become a god king? Ling Xiao did not know how to respond, but Feng Holin opened his mouth and said, Elder Feng, I feel that it is inappropriate to summon Ling Xiao into the palace. Feng Ping looked at Feng Holin with some displeasure. What do you mean? Is it because he was once a peasant? Feng Ping had long heard from his shitty Guanzhang that Feng Holin did not like Ling Xiao, and felt that Feng Holin was really petty, causing him to have an extremely bad impression of Feng Holin. If it were not for the fact that he was an inner disciple, Feng Ping could not even be bothered with him. Elder Feng, listen to me. Ling Xiao's battle prowess is indeed extraordinary, but don't forget that he cultivates multiple attributes at the same time. Since ancient times, those who have cultivated multiple attributes to the God King realm, aside from the chaotic body of the 5 elements, have at most cultivated 2 attributes. Those who have cultivated 3 attributes to the God King realm are extremely rare, unless it is an outstanding talent of the ancient times. Moreover, our Cyan Moon Palace does not have any corresponding profound arts for multiple attributes. If he is allowed to reach the God King realm, so I believe that although Ling Xiao's talent is outstanding, he will definitely stop before the God King realm in the future. If he wants to become a god, other than his own tenbin, he also needs a great opportunity. He cannot lack any of them. Feng Holin said clearly. His eyes did not hide the disdain he had for Ling Xiao at all. As soon as Feng Holin said that, everyone's expressions became complicated. Clearly, they agreed with Feng Holin's words. Ling Xiao's expression was a bit green, as if she was in great discomfort. However, she wanted to praise Feng Holin inwardly. These words are too moving. If it's convenient, this consort will reward you with 2 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao did not want to join the Cyan Moon Palace. With his strength, reaching the God King realm was only a matter of time. Why would he join the Cyan Moon Palace and be controlled by others? Not to mention that the Cyan Moon Palace was too small, so he did not care about it at all. Unless it was the Dragon Gate, he might even consider joining it or not. Feng Ping thought for a moment before asking Ling Xiao. Tell me honestly, Ling Xiao, how many attributes have you cultivated in total? From the crystal bead, I've already seen the 3 attributes of ice, wind, and fire. If it's just these 3, you might have a chance of entering the God King realm. Ling Xiao revealed a troubled expression and said, Ling Xiao will not hide this from Elder Feng. Actually, Ling Xiao has cultivated 5 attributes. Other than the 3 you just mentioned, there are also the 2 attributes of metal and wood. It's 5 attributes, but it's a pity that it's not a 5 elements body. What a pity! Feng Holin rejoiced at Ling Xiao's misfortune. This guy, if you have any moves, don't fall into my hands one day. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat you into a cripple. Ling Xiao said unhappily in his heart. Sigh, it's indeed a pity. However, as long as you cultivate to a high-level holy emperor, with the accumulation of your 5 attributes, you can become the strongest person below the God King realm. You should stay in the Zhang family and cultivate properly. Feng Ping sighed in disappointment. His words undoubtedly indicated that he would not bring Ling Xiao into the Green Moon Palace. Fan Guanzhang was also disappointed. However, he asked in doubt. He cultivates 5 different elements at the same time, yet he's reached Saint King at such a young age. He should be cultivating some special cultivation method. Is it really difficult for him to reach God King? Feng Ping came and left in a hurry. Zhang Zhenhua tried to persuade him to stay, but he refused. Fan Guanzhang was also too embarrassed to stay and also left. Only Feng Holin did not seem to be tired of Zhang Lianhua, the slut, and still stayed in the Zhang family as a customer. Zhang Zhenhua's attitude towards Ling Xiao returned to its previous indifferent attitude. Ling Xiao could not enter the Green Moon Palace after all. He was only an outer sect elder of the Zhang family, so he naturally did not need to give Ling Xiao any face. Just as Ling Xiao was about to bid farewell and leave, Feng Holin did not forget to mock him. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner. If you want to enter my Green Moon Palace, wait until your next life. Ling Xiao had already tolerated this guy time and time again, but he did not expect him to still be so insensible. Ling Xiao looked straight at Feng Holin and said, You are an inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace, right? Feng Holin raised his face and proudly replied, That's right. Within the Stone Ridge realm, the Green Moon Palace was the largest sect. To be able to become an inner disciple, he did indeed have the qualifications to be proud. Then your tenbin and cultivation must be very high. Ling Xiao continued. Feng Holin said with a slightly humble expression, It's a mess, but it's not bad for you. The Green Moon Palace selected disciples, and they all chose 1 in 10,000. They valued quality over quantity, and for Feng Holin to be chosen, he naturally had his outstanding points. Since that's the case, then I challenge you. I wonder if you dare to accept it. Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Elder Ling, how can you be so rude? Zhang Zhenhua reprimanded. Patriarch, I just want to see what kind of geniuses the Green Moon Palace has, so that Ling Xiao can look up to them. Could it be that Brother Feng doesn't dare to accept it? Are you afraid of losing to a lowly commoner like me? Ling Xiao replied to Zhang Zhenhua before replying to Feng Holin. His face was filled with disdain. Feng Holin was instantly angered by Ling Xiao. Why wouldn't I dare? All right, there's a martial arts practice field here. Why don't we go and have a match right now so that I can understand the gap between me and Brother Feng? Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Feng Holin's face turned red, but he did not reply. He knew of Ling Xiao's strength. A middle-class holy emperor could defeat 5 high-class holy emperors in a row, and was almost invincible among those of the same level. While he looked down on Ling Xiao as a lowly commoner, it did not mean that he could win against Ling Xiao. It had to be known that he had just entered the realm of middle-class holy emperor. Senior Brother Feng, since Elder Ling wants to see your strength, then let him see. You cannot let him look down on you. Zhang Lianhua's voice came from outside. Then she walked in and looked at Feng Holin with a smile. Since junior sister Zhang has spoken, senior brother will not refuse. Feng Holin immediately responded with a serious expression. However, when he was about to enter the martial arts practice field with Ling Xiao, he suddenly clutched his stomach and said, My stomach is not feeling well. Maybe I ate something bad during the meal. I'll fight you again in the future. Finishing, he ignored the gazes of others and hurriedly left the Zhang family. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Feng Holin quickly leave. They had never seen a person run so fast with a stomachache. Could it be that he had 3 emergencies? I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Lianhua laughed without any regard for her image. And here I thought you were something. Ling Xiao thought disdainfully in his mind. He thinks he's number 1 in the world when he comes here, but he's still a grandson in front of Elder Ling. He really has no guts. Zhang Lianhua looked seductively at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Miss, Brother Feng's stomach might really be feeling unwell. You're so bad. Zhang Lianhua said angrily, the lust in her eyes growing stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it any longer. He quickly said something and retreated to his own room for seclusion. No matter which faction, they would arrange a seclusion place for their elders, so that they could cultivate better in addition to contributing to the family clan. After Ling Xiao entered the seclusion room, he set up layers of aura-isolating restrictions. Unless it was a divine king, otherwise ordinary people could not detect it at all. Immediately after, he summoned a figure out. If Fan Guanzhang, Zhang Lianhua, and the rest saw this person here, they would definitely think that they saw a ghost. This person was actually Man Lunatic. Why did Man Lunatic enter Ling Xiao's medicinal cauldron? This matter still started from Ling Xiao and Man Lunatic on the battlefield prison. Ling Xiao fought with Man Lunatic and understood Man Lunatic's terrifying brute force, arousing his love for talent. So, when he was about to kill Man Lunatic in the end, Ling Xiao had intentionally caused the entire arena to be covered in a sea of flames, so ordinary people were utterly unable to discern whether he and Man Lunatic were fighting or doing something else. It was also at that time that Ling Xiao persuaded Man Lunatic to surrender and could spare him from death. Man Lunatic naturally did not want to die. He still had a dying wish that he had not completed. After he stated his conditions to Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking. That was how Man Lunatic appeared here. And back then, when everyone saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing Man Lunatic, it was actually just an illusion that Ling Xiao laid down. Chapter 1061. This is seal-breaking heavenly water, drink it? Ling Xiao handed a small bottle to Man Lunatic. Man Lunatic didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. He took the potion and drank it. Only 1 bottle? Man Lunatic's voice was very loud, and he didn't seem very satisfied. Brother Xinyu, don't worry, I got this bottle from the city lord. If you want more, you won't be able to get it in a short period of time, Ling Xiao said. Man Lunatic's real name was Xinyu Yi, and he came from another place outside the heaven realm. He had the bloodline of the barbarian tribe. Xinyu Yi was from a branch of the barbarian tribe. Because he had too many marriages with other tribes, his barbarian tribe bloodline became thinner and thinner. He couldn't use brute force, so he was ostracized by the barbarian tribe. Xinyu Yi revealed a disappointed expression. Brother Ling, I'm very grateful that you let me go that day, but didn't you promise me that you would help me get more seal-breaking heavenly water? Ling Xiao frowned. I did promise you, but it's impossible to get more seal-breaking heavenly water now, unless I kill the city lord and take it. Then you're going back on your word. Xinyu Yi was a bit dissatisfied. Ling Xiao sneered. I'm not going back on my word, I'm just discussing this with Brother Xinyu with sincerity. He paused for a moment before continuing. I know Brother Xinyu Yi hopes that your clansmen can return to the heaven realm, right? Xinyu Yi admitted. That's right, it's really hard to live in the heaven realm. My clansmen have been trying to find a way to return to the heaven realm for generations. In my generation, countless people have gone to the heaven realm, but no one has been able to bring back a large amount of seal-breaking heavenly water. I once swore that I would do it, otherwise I wouldn't have the face to face the elders of the clan. Ling Xiao said, that's it. You've already experienced it for so many generations, and no one has been able to do it. This proves that it's not something that can be solved in a short time. If you trust me, we can go to the heaven region together. Once we reach the divine king realm, it won't be hard for us to get more sealing heavenly water. What does Brother Xinyu think? Xinyu Yi replied, Brother Ling, this isn't the first time I've heard someone mention your suggestion. When I first came to the Heaven region, Bai Che Gao also said the same thing to me, but he made me fight for him in the arena and earn a large amount of profound crystals. He also promised me a bottle of seal-breaking heavenly water for every match I won, but in the end, didn't I still end up like this? That's because Brother Xinyu doesn't have a good eye for people. Those people only think about their own benefits, while Brother Xinyu and I both came from a place of exile, so I can understand Brother Xinyu's thinking. Furthermore, I won't have Brother Xinyu work for me as a hired thug. Instead, I'll peacefully coexist and advance together. Of course, I won't help you for free. Sometimes I'll borrow your strength to do things, said Ling Xiao. Xinyu Yi didn't respond to Ling Xiao's words. Clearly, he still didn't trust him. Ling Xiao continued, To tell you the truth, my biggest goal is to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. I've only cultivated for about 40 years. From a small cultivator to the Holy Emperor realm, I didn't rely on any faction to rely on, nor did I rely on anyone's help. Instead, I relied on my unwavering confidence and outstanding tenbin. I've always believed that my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. I believe that as long as I work hard, I'll be able to obtain everything. Now that I've come to the Heaven region, I'm also unfamiliar with this place. Like you, I was arranged to fight in the arena. If it weren't for my strength, I would have died a long time ago. Now, not only am I not dead, but I've also broken free from the curse and become an outer court elder of the Zhang family. These are the gains I've made in the past few months since I first came to the Heaven region. Everyone thinks I'm willing to become an outer court elder of a small power, but who would have thought that I'm just borrowing their resources to understand the situation of the Heaven region first before leaving here to wander around. As long as I understand the situation in the Heaven region, I can use my own strength to get more cultivation resources. That way, I can advance to the God King realm. After all, I'm a great saint alchemist. Is it difficult for me to earn cultivation resources? If Brother Xinyu is willing to lend me a hand, then I, Ling Xiao, will naturally not mistreat Brother Xinyu. When I become a God King in the future, Brother Xinyu's problem will no longer be a problem. What does Brother Xinyu think? Ling Xiao said so much in one breath, precisely to let Xinyu Yi understand his abilities, and not just empty words. Xinyu Yi revealed a surprised expression. You really are a great saint alchemist? Actually, while he was in the cauldron, Xianyao had already talked to Xinyu Yi about some of Ling Xiao's deeds, but Xinyu Yi didn't really believe him. Now that he heard Ling Xiao admit it himself, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Yes and no, Brother Xinyu will know in the future. If Brother Xinyu is not willing to go with me into the Heaven region, then Ling Xiao won't force you. I will send you away tomorrow, and we will still be friends in the future. Ling Xiao replied. Xinyu Yi hesitated. All right, since Brother Ling is so honest, then I'll believe you this once. As long as Brother Ling can help me reach the God King level one day, I'll definitely not disappoint Brother Ling's kindness today. Ling Xiao patted Xinyu Ye's shoulder happily. Brother Xinyu, you definitely won't regret the decision you made today. Then Ling Xiao continued, I see that Brother Xinyu is very strong. There are few who can rival you in the same level, but if you can go one step further, it will definitely be even more perfect. Xinyu Yi said, Brother Ling, don't praise me too much. That day I lost wholeheartedly. It was the first time someone was stronger than me in terms of strength. Brother Ling is the real hero. Ling Xiao said, let's not be modest. Brother Xinyu, you cultivate the earth attribute, so speed is always your weakness. I have a profound movement technique here that can help Brother Xinyu increase your speed. Before Ling Xiao could finish, Xinyu Yi said, you also know that I cultivate the earth attribute, and earth attribute movement techniques are almost extinct. There's no need to waste Brother Ling's kindness. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Xinyu, this movement technique of mine has no attribute, anyone can cultivate it. Really? Xinyu Yi said happily. Ling Xiao nodded, then taught Xinyu Yi the chant of Phantom Cloud Track, and also taught him some of the cultivation methods, and even personally demonstrated it to Xinyu Yi. The more Xinyu Yi watched, the happier he was. If his speed could be increased, then it would have an immeasurable, decisive effect on his duel with others. Thank you, Brother Ling, Xianxia said very sincerely. After coming to the heaven domain, Ling Xiao was the first person who treated him well. This kind of non-attribute movement technique was not taught to people who were not on his side, and Ling Xiao obviously trusted him a lot. Xianxia was the kind of person who didn't beat around the bush. Whoever treated him well, he would remember it, and whoever treated him badly, he could also tell them apart. His impression of Ling Xiao had risen by quite a bit. Brother Xianxia, you don't need to be so polite, Ling Xiao responded, then continued, that day when I fought with you, I know that Brother Xianxia is most proficient in fist techniques. It's just that although Brother Xianxu's strength is boundless, you still can't use it to its full potential. If Brother Xianxia doesn't mind, let me show you a set of fist techniques, maybe you'll be able to comprehend it. Although Xianxu's limbs were well developed, his brain wasn't stupid. Ling Xiao was able to defeat him with the strength of an intermediate level, so his ability was self-evident. Ling Xiao's fist technique had already reached perfection and contained an invincible fist intent. If he could comprehend it, the power of his fist would definitely reach a whole new level, and it would be hard for him to meet an opponent of the same level. It was just that Xianxia knew that people wouldn't easily teach this kind of fist intent unless it was their own family or disciple who would teach it. Now that Ling Xiao wanted to show him this invincible fist intent, Xianxia absolutely couldn't believe it, and at the same time, he didn't dare to accept it. Brother Ling, you can't do this, Xianxia said. Then he said, I know Brother Ling has good intentions, but if you teach it to me and I comprehend it, aren't you afraid that I'll betray you one day? Ling Xiao chuckled. Brother Xianxia, you're a man of character. The fact that you're able to say something like that proves that you're not that kind of person. Besides, we're brothers, not master and servant, so how could we betray each other? Besides, not everyone can comprehend this concept. It all depends on the individual's ability. With that, Ling Xiao's body moved at will, and his fist intent moved with his fist, slowly displaying the realm of fist intent. Xianxu's heart was in a mess, and he thought to himself, in this life, Ling Xiao is my, Xianxu's, good brother. If anyone dares to bully him, I'll definitely blow them up with one punch. Ling Xiao slowly performed the 9 sun sky-burning fist twice, then stopped. Whether or not he could comprehend it depended on Xianxu's own ability. Some people had strong comprehension ability and could quickly comprehend it, while others didn't, and might not have this fate in their lifetime. Ling Xiao put Xianxia back into the medicine cauldron and let him meditate quietly for the time being. He then called Xianxia up and prepared to decide on the heaven domain with him. Fraud, now that we're in the heaven domain, what do you think our next step should be? Ling Xiao asked directly. Palace Master has already made a decision, why ask me? Xianxia lightly waved his white paper fan and smiled. I plan to find my master first, and then find a way to go to the Lotus sect, but the heaven domain only consumes top-grade mysterious crystals. I'm also short of money. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Then, Palace Master, what are your plans? Xianxia asked. Ling Xiao said, first of all, I'll naturally earn some mysterious crystals to use as travel expenses, or else even traveling will be a problem. It's just that I'm now an outer sect elder of the Zhang family, and my movements are somewhat restricted. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, then we'll know once we leave. With Palace Master status, why lower yourself? The heaven domain is vast, and there are many holy treasures and divine items. I plan to spend some time to understand the major regions before leaving, Ling Xiao replied. Since that's the case, I think Palace Master can first find another courtyard in the city, and settle me, the 2 ladies, and Sha Tian first, so that we can also familiarize ourselves with more things. At that time, Palace Master can give us some pills to auction or sell, and naturally, mysterious crystals will come rolling in. Xianxia suggested. Chapter 1062. Yes, this is a good plan, very good. Ling Xiao replied. Why didn't he think of such a simple and effective method? With his current status, it would be great to find a courtyard outside the city for Xianxia, Yuro Fei and the others to stay for the time being. On one hand, it would allow them to use the heaven and earth spiritual chi here to cultivate, and on the other hand, they could help him take care of various matters. It was truly a way to kill two birds with one stone. Since Palace Master wants to stay here for a while, we can help you find many alchemy spirit herbs or holy objects. In any case, we will need them in the future, Xianxia said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too." "Then there's no time to lose. I'll find a place for you to stay outside the city so that you can familiarize yourselves with the environment here. After you've figured out everything, you can think of a way to leave this place." Ling Xiao put away Xianxia for the time being and left the Zhang family in the name of patrolling. He went out of the city. These days, Ling Xiao was not alone in the Zhang family. There were nearly 100 people under him who listened to his orders. However, most of these people were Zhang family's trusted aides or side branches, so it was difficult to rope them in. However, there was a guard called Chai Guan who was pleasing to Ling Xiao's eyes. He was not a member of the Zhang family, but a guard that the Zhang family had recruited in the past 2 years. He was only a low-level saint. In the heaven domain, this strength could only be considered as a beginner and not an expert. However, Ling Xiao liked his cleverness, and at the same time, he had the heart to improve. However, the other deacons of the Zhang family had always ignored him and did not value him at all. They felt that Chai Guan's tenbin was limited, and providing him with resources would only be a waste. Therefore, Ling Xiao handed the matter of finding a courtyard to Chai Guan, and at the same time, he also wanted to take Chai Guan as a confidant. In this day and age, there were not many people who ran errands to do things, so it was not very convenient. Ling Xiao could be considered a little famous in Stone Heaven City now, so it was impossible for him to do everything by himself. "Elder Ling, I found it, I found it." Chai Guan ran over excitedly and exclaimed. Ling Xiao glared at him and said, "You're making a fuss out of nothing." Chai Guan quickly stopped talking, then lowered his voice and said, "Elder Ling, the courtyard you are looking for has been found, but the location is a bit remote. The price is easy to discuss." "Well, that's good. Take me there to have a look. Don't let anyone else know about this. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Ling Xiao nodded. Chai Guan knew that Ling Xiao was a god of death who had survived the Colosseum. When he heard Ling Xiao's serious tone, Chai Guan was a little scared. "Elder Ling, don't worry. I don't know anything." "Good, this is your reward. If you work hard for me in the future, I won't forget your benefits." Ling Xiao took out a saint pill and threw it to Chai Guan. This move could be said to be like giving a jujube after giving a slap. Only by using both carrot and stick could one better win over the hearts of the people. Ling Xiao had been a palace master for many years, so he naturally understood this principle. He had seen this holy pill many times, but he had never had enough profound crystal S to buy it, and the clan did not give it to him. Now that he had done a small thing for Ling Xiao, he had actually obtained the pill that he had yearned for even in his dreams. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. This subordinate will definitely be loyal to Elder. Chai Guan knelt down on one knee and replied firmly. "Get up, take me to the courtyard first," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Immediately after, Ling Xiao and Chai Guan went to look at the courtyard. This courtyard was located in the south of the city and was considered to be on the outskirts of the city. It could only be considered a place where ordinary people lived and there was nothing special about it. However, Ling Xiao was satisfied with this. As long as Xianxia and the others had a place to stay, it would be enough. Ling Xiao bought the courtyard and then asked Chai Guan to clean it up before letting Chai Guan leave first. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to let Xianxia and Yuro Fei out. He had already sensed that someone was watching his whereabouts. For more than a month, Ling Xiao had always known that his whereabouts were being watched. At first, he thought that it might be the Zhang family who did not trust him, so he did not take it to heart. Now that he sensed the other party's undisguised killing intent, it must be someone other than the Zhang family. However, this was after all the city, and ordinary people did not dare to casually start a fight. However, the few people who had been tracking him could not wait to kill Ling Xiao and actually appeared at the same time. There were a total of 5 people, 2 advanced Holy Emperor and 3 intermediate Holy Emperor. "So it's you, old man?" Ling Xiao looked at one of the old men and sneered. You killed my young master. Today will be the day you pay for it. The old man snorted coldly. Then he called out to his people and instantly spread out, wanting to block off Ling Xiao's way. However, Ling Xiao did not let them do as they wished. He suddenly rushed out of the city. This courtyard had just been bought, and Ling Xiao did not want them to destroy it. Catch him, don't let him escape, the old man shouted. Ling Xiao was now an outer elder of the Zhang family. If they let Ling Xiao escape to the Zhang family and ask for reinforcements, it would be difficult for them to deal with him. It might even cause a conflict between the two families. They did not want the Zhang family to know, and Ling Xiao did not want anyone else to know. These people were elders of the Gao family, so they must have a lot of good things. This was the first expenditure that came to their door. When they reached the wilderness outside the city, Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down to let them catch up. Little bastard, let's see where you can escape. The old man shouted, and the sacred weapon in his hand blasted mercilessly at Ling Xiao. The others also made their moves, and the power of space squeezed into a prison, sealing Ling Xiao, not giving him a chance to escape. Today I will let you see my strength. Ling Xiao sneered, and his combat strength soared to the extreme in an instant. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao turned around and brandished his sword to meet the old man's sword. Rumble! The collision produced a loud sound, and the high-grade sword in the old man's hand cracked. Demi-divine weapon. The old man looked flustered, and then he shouted, "Let's kill him together. Brother Xinyu, let us fight side by side. This will be the first battle between us brothers. Let's see who can kill the most." Ling Xiao shouted. As his voice fell, Xinyu Ye's tall figure appeared in front of the Gao family's holy emperor. It's man lunatic, he's not dead. One of the holy emperor exclaimed. Xinyu Yi snorted coldly, and without saying a word, he punched out, and the majestic fist energy smashed down like a falling meteorite, blasting towards the holy emperor who had just exclaimed. The holy emperor blocked with all his strength, and he had the help of others, but he was still blasted far away, and was seriously injured. Brother Xinyu's fist energy is indeed unparalleled. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and the limitless doppelganger appeared. 108 doppelgangers all surrounded the two high-grade holy emperors. The two high-grade holy emperors were not ordinary people, and they even summoned holy beasts to fight together. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary, and relying on the golden dragon spear and the advantage of his movement technique, he was unstoppable and directly took down the two 9th-grade spirit beasts with his spear. As for the two holy emperors who surrounded him, they were already afraid. They had all seen Ling Xiao's terrifying battle prowess, and originally thought that they would be able to take him down with 5 against 1. However, the sudden appearance of Man Lunatic, who was not inferior to Ling Xiao's god of slaughter, meant that they had no chance of winning. Just when the two wanted to escape, Ling Xiao had already used his full strength, and many doppelgangers surrounded them, and the golden dragon spear mercilessly smashed down. The golden dragon spear was an offensive type of semi-divine weapon, and the power it could display was terrifying. One peerless golden dragon after another roared, drowning the two of them. Both of their holy weapons were shattered, and their bodies were bombarded by the golden dragon spear. They did not even have a chance to escape before they were stabbed by Ling Xiao's spear. On the other side, Xinyu Yi had also killed the other 3 mid-grade holy emperors with a few punches. The surrounding area was covered in blood, and it looked extremely poignant. Ling Xiao once again showed his greedy personality, taking the beast cores of the holy beasts and the space rings of the 5 holy emperors. "Come, brother Xinyu, these 3 are yours, you're the fastest to kill." Ling Xiao threw 3 space rings to Xinyu Yi. However, Xinyu Yi refused. "Brother Ling, what do you mean by this? These are yours." Ling Xiao said, "In the future, you and I might have to part ways. If you don't have anything, how are you going to walk around the heavenly realm? Furthermore, with my ability, earning black crystals is a piece of cake. Quickly accept it." Xinyu Yi was moved once again. Since he came to the heaven domain, when had anyone ever treated him so sincerely? He no longer acted coquettishly and put away the 3 space rings. He made up his mind that he would definitely make a name for himself with Ling Xiao, and when he reached the Divine King realm in the future, he would be able to move his clansmen to the Heaven Domain. Alright, let's go. I believe we've already attracted the attention of others. Ling Xiao called out, then put Xin Yi away and rushed back to the city. Ling Xiao once again returned to the courtyard and summoned Xian Yao, Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Sha Tian. Ling Xiao handed over some medicinal pellets that he didn't use much, as well as some precious materials that he had obtained from the 9 layers of spatial barriers, to Xian Yao, telling him to think of a way to sell them all and exchange them for top-grade profound crystals. Xian Yao naturally agreed. However, there were many peerless experts in the Heaven region and Ling Xiao had ordered them to keep a low profile. Especially Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan, they had to change their disguises when they went out. They must not attract attention and attract trouble. Although Yu Rofei and Sha Tian had both reached the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor, it was still not enough in the Heaven realm. Following that, Ling Xiao discussed many matters with them and left them away to contact him before preparing to return to the Zhang family. At this time, Feng Qingyuan said, "Xiao, when do you plan to look for your master?" Ling Xiao replied, "At the earliest, half a year, at the latest, a year." "Mistress, don't be anxious. We have already arrived at the Heaven Domain. We will definitely go look for master. Right now, what you need to do is to raise your strength first. And mistress understands. I was the one who dragged you down." Feng Qingyuan replied. Chapter 1063. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the Zhang clan, he heard from Chai Guan that someone was looking for him. Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had just killed someone. How could someone know? However, when he saw who it was, he discovered that it wasn't someone from the Gao clan, but Old Man Tian, who had been mining with him outside the Stone Ridge. Old Man Tian had regained his freedom, but his strength had been crippled by the Cyan Moon Palace. He still looked as dispirited as before, like a refugee. If Tai Lang's men hadn't brought him here, he would have been chased out by the Zhang clan. "Congratulations, Brother Tian." Ling Xiao pulled on Old Man Tian's hand. However, Old Man Tian avoided him and knelt before Ling Xiao. "This old man thanks Elder Ling for saving me." As he spoke, Old Man Tian couldn't help but tear up. He had been mining in the mines for more than 100 years and had long since been tortured beyond recognition. Now that he was finally free, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he didn't have many good days left to live, he still hoped that he could go back and see his daughter one last time to fulfill his wish. Ling Xiao hurriedly helped him up. "Brother Tian, there's no need to be like this. You and I met and said that we should help as much as we can. I didn't do much." As he spoke, Ling Xiao led him into his room. Following that, Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian chatted for a while. Only then did Ling Xiao learn that the Stone Ridge was temporarily unable to be mined. The Earth-spiked dragon frequently roamed about and had already devoured many people. Although Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi, and the others had gathered a few people to encircle it, their gains were minimal. After all, the Earth-spiked dragon could fly into the sky and burrow into the earth at any time, making it difficult to capture or kill. However, from Old Man Tian's words, Tai Lang and the others didn't want to kill the Earth-spiked dragon. It was more likely that they wanted to capture it alive and make it serve as a protective spirit beast. At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think. The Earth-spiked dragon was a branch of the dragons. Although it wasn't a peerless true dragon, it had a chance of becoming one. If they could capture it and make it submit, it would be a good thing. Of course, Ling Xiao was doing this for Xin Yuye's sake. After all, Xin Yuye was an earth elemental spirit beast, and the earth-spiked dragon was huge. Ling Xiao just didn't know if Xin Yuye had a spirit beast to protect him. If not, it was worth considering doing so. "By the way, old brother Tian, here's a pill that can restore your Dan Tian. It might be of some help to you." Ling Xiao handed a pill to old Tian. Old Man Tian's body trembled slightly. His aged eyes stared at the medicinal pill Ling Xiao handed to him. Tears welled up in his eyes again. "Elder Ling, how can this old man repay you? I'm indebted to Elder Ling for thinking so highly of me. In the future, I'll sell my old life to Elder Ling. Please accept me as your servant. Old man Tian said gratefully. He didn't have much time left. If he could restore his strength, his lifespan would naturally increase. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly his second parent, so he might as well accept Ling Xiao as his master. It was better to have a goal to live on. Old brother Tian, you don't need to do this. Didn't you say you wanted to go back to see your daughter? Once you go back, you can enjoy the happiness of a family. Ling Xiao said. Old man Tian sighed. I don't know if she's still in my hometown. No matter what, my life belongs to Elder Ling. In the future, I'll do anything for you. I hope you won't mind. Ling Xiao knew that Old man Tian had made up his mind, so he couldn't refuse anymore. Old man Tian didn't have much strength, but having an elder at home was like having a treasure. It was good to have him take care of some daily matters. Alright, from now on, old brother Tian will stay by my side and take care of things for me. Ling Xiao agreed. Old man Tian was elated. Thank you, Elder Ling. This old servant will do his best to help young master. Following that, Ling Xiao asked about Old man Tian's family. According to Old man Tian, he only had a daughter, but he still had other clansmen and brothers. His family was also under Xianxia's jurisdiction, but it was in a small town that was a few days' journey away. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. I'll go with you when I'm free. Thank you, Elder Ling. Old man Tian bowed. After accepting Old man Tian, Ling Xiao talked to Xin Yi and asked him if he had a spirit beast to protect him. Xin Yi shook his head. We barbarians rarely use spirit beasts because their strength might not be as strong as ours. It's fine if we don't have one. Ling Xiao agreed with him. With Xin Yu's strong physique, he could be said to be as strong as a bull. In that case, forget it. I thought I could find a high-grade holy beast for brother Xinyu. It seems like I didn't need to. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Oh, what kind of spirit beast could make brother Ling think highly of it? Xin Yi asked in surprise. A peak stage 9th stage earth spike dragon. Ling Xiao replied. Xin Yu's eyes lit up. Where did brother Ling find it? He asked eagerly. I thought brother Xinyu wasn't interested? Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Xin Yi smiled. The earth spike dragon is extremely strong, and its body is even stronger than ours. It's a spirit beast that we barbarians like to protect ourselves. Ling Xiao was a bit annoyed. Didn't he say he didn't need a spirit beast? Why did he change his mind so quickly? Xin Yi wasn't an idiot. A high-grade holy beast like the earth spike dragon was something that everyone would like. Not to mention, it was a spirit beast that matched his attributes. It was a rare spirit beast for protection. In that case, let's go together. I'm afraid someone else might have gotten it before us. Ling Xiao replied. Xin Yi said eagerly, then let's not waste any more time. Let's go. This can't be rushed. I still need to report my whereabouts to them. Ling Xiao replied. As an outer elder of the Zhang family, although he had some power, he couldn't come and go as he pleased. Therefore, before going to the Stone Ridge, he still needed to report to the Zhang family. By doing this, Ling Xiao could help Xin Yi find an earth spike dragon as a spirit beast, and he could also temporarily get rid of Zhang Lianhua. It was killing two birds with one stone. When Zhang Lianhua heard that Ling Xiao was going to leave, her beautiful eyes were filled with unspeakable bitterness. She had wanted to eat Ling Xiao twice, but he had repeatedly delayed it, making her heart itch. However, she seemed to have some affection for Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao left, he actually asked if he needed help. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but decided to call Chai Guan along, lest others think he was going to run away. Not long after leaving the city, Ling Xiao told Chai Guan to find a place to have some fun. When he came back, he would call him along. Chai Guan couldn't have asked for more. He had a saint pill and didn't have time to refine it to break through. He thought that Ling Xiao brought him out to help him break through, so he was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain to him, so he immediately rushed to the mine. Arriving at the mine again, Ling Xiao sighed. This was the first time he had come to the Heaven Realm. When he arrived at the mine, he saw that it was already a mess. Many of the stone ridges had been leveled, and stone chips were scattered everywhere. Tai Lang and the others who were originally stationed here were no longer there. Ling Xiao calmly sensed for a moment and immediately sensed the sounds of intense fighting in another direction. Ling Xiao hid his aura, lowered his body, and hurried over. When he got closer, he found that Tai Lang and the others had gathered a lot of people to attack the Earth Spike Dragon. However, there weren't only Earth Spike Dragons here, there were also many stone beasts. Each of them looked like a rock, and their appearance was extremely strange. Their skin and flesh were as thick as boulders, and ordinary weapons couldn't pierce through their flesh. These stone beasts were probably listening to the Earth Spike Dragon's orders, and were currently fighting against Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi. However, although there were many stone beasts, their strength was somewhat weak. The strongest ones were only at the 9th order, while the rest were only at the 8th order. This couldn't be helped. After all, their bloodlines weren't high, and the fact that 2 of them could advance to the 9th order was probably due to the Earth Spike Dragon's help. After an intense battle, many stone ridges were destroyed. At the same time, stone beasts were killed one after another. Tai Lang's side had also suffered great losses. The main reason was that the Earth Spike Dragon's destructive power was simply too great. However, Tai Lang actually had an offensive semi-divine tool in his hand, causing the Earth Spike Dragon to suffer quite a bit. Several deep gashes appeared on its body that was as hard as iron. In the end, the Earth Spike Dragon led the stone beasts back underground, causing Tai Lang and the others to be infuriated. If they couldn't lure the Earth Spike Dragon to the sky, it would not be easy to assassinate it. I didn't expect the Earth Spike Dragon to have so many disciples. Looks like it won't be easy to take it down. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao concealed his aura and left the place for the time being. He didn't want Tai Lang and the others to know that he was trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. This Earth Spike Dragon is so stubborn. If I had known earlier, I would have cut it down and auctioned its corpse. Tai Lang said indignantly. Yeah, now that we've lost a junior brother, and we can't continue mining, we've suffered a double loss. Lu Jinsi sighed. This damned Earth Spike Dragon, as long as we kill it, these stone beasts won't be able to do anything. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to bear the consequences. Tai Lang's expression was somewhat unsightly. They were all external members of the Cyan Moon Palace and were assigned to supervise the mining of ores. Every year, they had to hand in enough ores in exchange for more cultivation resources. If they couldn't accomplish anything, they could lose this job at any time. Why don't we find another ore vein? This is clearly the Earth Spike Dragon's territory. If we can't find its nest, it won't be easy to exterminate it, let alone capture it alive. Lu Jinsi suggested. Tai Lang hesitated for a moment and said, That's the only way. If it appears again, I'll immediately kill it. If that doesn't work, I'll have to ask the city lord for help. That's the only way, Lu Jinsi said. He thought to himself, if Ling Xiao was here, it would be a lot easier to kill this Earth Spike Dragon. He had seen how terrifying Ling Xiao's baleful death energy was. Chapter 1064. Ling Xiao found a place to stop and summoned Xinyu Yi. Brother Xinyu, the Earth Spike Dragon is in this area, but its strength is monstrous. Not to mention, there are already many people who are after it. If we can't lure it out and capture it, I'm afraid this trip will be in vain. Ling Xiao said to Xinyu Yi. Then Brother Ling, what can I do? If you need my help, just tell me. Xinyu Yi said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He thought to himself, this is clearly the holy beast you want. Why does it sound like I want it? The Earth Spike Dragon is a holy beast of the earth element. It must have its nest under the ground or in some stone ridge. As long as we find its nest, it will be easy. But I saw it summon a lot of stone beasts just now. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue it. Ling Xiao said. Xinyu Yi rolled his eyes and said, if you want to find the nest of the Earth Spike Dragon, I might have a way. Oh, then hurry up. While those people are temporarily retreating, they don't expect us to find the Earth Spike Dragon. Let's quickly subdue it. Ling Xiao said. I have a technique called Earth Listening. It can sense movements tens of thousands of li underground. It'll be easy to find the Earth Spike Dragon. Xinyu Yi seemed to have gotten a chance to show off, so he seemed very excited. Then hurry up and use this technique, Ling Xiao said. Xianxia nodded, then stepped on the ground, causing it to sink. Then, he put his face on the sunken ground, and his ears began to sense the situation underground. Ling Xiaoyi was a little disdainful. This is the earth listening technique? Fuck, I know this too. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao also followed Xianxia and put his ears on the ground, but he couldn't hear or sense anything. I can sense it, I can sense it, Xianxia exclaimed excitedly. It can't be real, right? Why can't I sense it? Ling Xiaoyi was a little depressed. But Ling Xiao asked. Xianxia pointed in a direction and said, it should be over there. I sensed the loudest commotion. Aside from the earth spike dragon, there shouldn't be any other holy beast that could cause such a commotion. Okay, then let's hurry over there. Ling Xiao responded and immediately rushed in that direction. Xianxia immediately followed. The direction that Xianxia sensed was a stone ridge that hadn't been mined yet, so there wasn't anything special about it. The only strange thing was that there were no spirit beasts in the vicinity. If I'm not wrong, it should be 10,000 meters underground, Xianxia said with certainty. 10,000 meters below. Then how can we lure it out? It won't be easy for us to fight underground, Ling Xiao said. What's so hard about fighting? Don't forget that I cultivate the earth element. I'll take you down. Xianxia patted his chest. Then, 2 silver axes appeared in his hands. The 2 axes flashed with a crystal-clear light, looking especially mighty and extravagant. What a pair of weapons! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He was sure that Xianxuya's pair of silver axes were definitely not ordinary. Even high-grade holy tools wouldn't give him this kind of feeling. It was very likely that they were a pair of semi-divine axes. Follow me, I'm going to enter the ground, Xianxia said as he slashed his axes towards the ground. Bang bang. Even though Xianxia had already weakened his strength, he still made a series of dull sounds. Soon, a 10-meter wide hole appeared on the ground, and Xianxia continued to open a path underground. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. This was the advantage of cultivators who cultivated the power of the earth element. They could have great convenience underground. If Xianxia became a divine king in the future, he would have the ability to directly burrow underground and use anything in the earth as his weapon. Brother Ling, hurry up and come in. Xianxuya's voice came from the hole. Ling Xiao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately jumped in. At the same time, he was already holding the golden dragon spear in his hand, always on guard. After all, this underground was not his home field, so it was better to be careful. Xianxia was worthy of being an expert of the earth element. The martial artist who opened the hole was extremely powerful. In just a short while, they had already reached a kilometer below. Brother Ling, be careful, I've already dug the tunnel that the earth spike dragon passed through. Xianxia lightly called out when he dug into a spacious tunnel. It was obvious that there were spirit beasts constantly drilling in here. The 2 sides of the tunnel were extremely smooth, and there were traces of friction. There were also footprints on the ground. Those were dragon footprints without a doubt. Ling Xiao and Xianxia restrained their auras and carefully walked down the tunnel. The deeper they went, the more damp the air became, and a wave of dampness came from the ground. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was constantly paying attention to the 2 sides of the tunnel. He found that the stone quality here was very extraordinary. He believed that they were all excellent stone materials. If he dug out these rocks, he should be able to sell them for a lot of money. Of course, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. He naturally wouldn't go and work as a miner anymore. The experience of those days was enough for him to remember. After walking for about half an hour, the 2 finally got close to the earth spike dragon's nest. Because the underground space they were in was getting bigger and bigger, it was enough for the earth spike dragon to move around. Be careful, that big guy isn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Just when Xianxia was about to reply, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. It seems like we've been discovered. Not only is there an earth spike dragon here, there are also 2 other big guys. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, 2 men as tall and mighty as Xianxia appeared in front of them. These two men looked extremely strange and ugly. Their heads were very flat and square, and their limbs were segmented. Each piece was very distinct, and their skin was grayish-black like the rocks on the ground. These two men were the 9th stage stone beast. They stared at Ling Xiao and Xianxia with a stern expression. Then, an even taller and rougher man in his prime walked out. This man was the Earth Spike Dragon. There were pieces of scales on his arms, which looked extremely thick and hard. There were a few hideous scars on his naked body, which added a bit of domineering and ferocious aura to him. Damned humans, how dare you come to us? You shall all die here. The Earth Spike Dragon roared angrily. Originally, it had been living in this area for a long time and didn't want to have anything to do with humans. However, as the humans' mining speed became faster and faster, it was only a matter of time before they reached its nest. It was only because of this that it couldn't wait any longer that it attacked those humans. It wanted them to back off and stop mining. However, those humans were all very strong, and there were many of them. This made it a bit difficult for it to deal with them. If it wasn't for the fact that this was its territory, it would have been killed by the humans a long time ago. It couldn't be blamed for being so angry. As soon as its voice fell, the two stone beasts immediately rushed towards Xianxia and Ling Xiao. Their fists turned into stone hammers, and they smashed down with the force of a thunderbolt. You can't compete with me in strength. Xianxia actually put away his axes and directly stood in front of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he blasted out 2 punches to meet the stone fists of the 2 stone beasts. Rumble! The 2 stone beasts were directly sent flying by Xianxia. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly praise Xianxuya's brute strength. Even the stone beasts, which were known for their defense, couldn't withstand a single blow. Back then, one of the 2 stone beasts was only at the low tier of the 9th stage, while the other was at the mid-tier of the 9th stage. There was a gap between them and Xianxia in terms of cultivation level, or else he wouldn't have been able to defeat them in one move. The 2 stone beasts let out strange cries, and had no choice but to turn back into their true forms. They picked up the surrounding rocks, and used them as weapons to attack Xianxia. Xianxia obviously also had a bloodthirst for battle. With a loud roar, his fists glowed with layers of earth-colored light, and he smashed them towards the huge rocks. Bang bang! The huge rocks were smashed, and many stone fragments splashed everywhere. Xianxia was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, and began to fight with the 2 stone beasts. He fought them in the most savage way possible. Xianxia used his fists and feet to attack, while the 2 stone beasts were surrounded by petrifying energy, and any part of their body could be used as an offensive weapon. For a time, the cave entrance was shaken by them to the point of collapsing. Xianxia was indeed worthy of being the Hell King who had forced Ling Xiao to use his soul. The 2 stone beasts' bodies, which were comparable to divine tools, were actually split open by his pair of iron fists, and blood splattered everywhere. The 2 stone beasts kept roaring, and kept charging at Xianxia, but they couldn't do anything to him. You 2 back off, let me swallow these 2 humans alive. The Earth Spike Dragon couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted at the 2 stone beasts who were constantly resisting. Then, it didn't turn back into its true form, and instead, its arms were covered in layers of dragon scales, and it smashed towards Xianxia. Good! Xianxia shouted, and met the attack with his iron fists. Bang bang! The 2 collided head-on, and a strong dull sound rang out, causing the rocks on the cave walls to fall. Ling Xiao had to use the golden dragon spear to smash the falling rocks, so that he wouldn't be covered in dust. Under the powerful collision, Xianxia was still inferior to the Earth Spike Dragon in terms of strength, and was knocked back more than 10 meters, but he didn't suffer any injuries. What powerful strength, I like it. Xianxia wasn't afraid, and instead laughed. Then he circulated his power, and the earth light kept gathering around him, and his body once again pounced towards the Earth Spike Dragon like a ferocious beast. Their fists clashed, and the brutal power kept splashing out, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat a little further. Human, although you are strong, you are still not my opponent. The Earth Spike Dragon let out a harsh voice, and its strength became stronger and stronger, continuously knocking Xianxia back. On the other hand, Xianxua's combat strength was tenacious, and even after being knocked back again and again, he was still full of fighting strength and was extremely excited. Ling Xiao observed that Xianxia seemed to want to use the Earth Spike Dragon as an opponent to comprehend the fist intent realm that Ling Xiao had taught him before. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you're dumb, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 1065. Xinyu Yi and the Earth Spike Dragon were fighting fiercely. Xinyu Ye's feet were bleeding, and his fists were also bleeding. Clearly, he had suffered a lot. Brother Xinyu, use your divine axe to kill it, Ling Xiao reminded him. We barbarians rely on brute force to conquer our opponents. This Earth Spike Dragon is very powerful. It's perfect for me to protect myself. I must conquer it with my own strength, Xinyu Yi replied. At the same time, Xinyu Ye's eyes became more and more bloodshot, and he looked very excited. The barbarian bloodline was activated by him, and his strength surged a bit. After a few more collisions, Xinyu Yi didn't fall behind, which made the Earth Spike Dragon roar. Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, "The barbarian bloodline is said to be passed down from the bloodline of the ancient barbarian god. It contains unparalleled power. It seems that the records are true. If Brother Xinyu becomes the divine king, no one in the same realm can beat him." Just as Ling Xiao was about to split his body, the rock wall beside him began to rumble, and several boulders fell towards him. This time, it wasn't Xinyu Yi or the Earth Spike Dragon, it was the sneak attack of the two stone beasts. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear spun elegantly, and the boulders that weighed thousands of kilograms were smashed into powder. The two stone beasts clawed towards Ling Xiao's body. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Ling Xiao sneered, and the golden dragon spear shot out a peerless true dragon towards them. Ling Xiao used his full strength, trying to kill them in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if they hid in the soil, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The golden dragon spear stabbed the stone claws of the two stone beasts again and again. Even if they were as hard as divine tools, they were still pierced and smashed by the golden dragon spear. The two stone beasts let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them do as they wished. He raised his strength to the maximum, and the golden dragon spear danced, creating an even more powerful peerless true dragon. The sharp metal elemental energy directly shattered them, and they couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao picked out their beast cores and immediately put them away. On the other side, Xinyu Yi seemed to be possessed by a demon. A ferocious barbarian shadow appeared on his body, and his body became much more vigorous. His strength became even more majestic, and he could actually fight evenly with the Earth Spike Dragon. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Xinyu, I'll help you. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid the others will sense us. At that time, we'll be in trouble." Without waiting for Xinyu Yi to answer, Ling Xiao raised all his strength and didn't use his divine soul to suppress the changes in his body. His whole body turned into a half-dragon, and a dragon roar sounded from his mouth. Terrifying dragon roars reverberated endlessly in this cave. Many rocks kept falling down, rolling and churning non-stop. The ground above the cave was shaking non-stop, as if there was an earthquake, which made people feel terrified. This movement attracted the attention of Tai Lang and the others in the distance. However, they thought that the Earth Spike Dragon was causing trouble underground again, and they couldn't draw it out, so they didn't immediately go over to see what was going on. Xinyu Yi was startled by Ling Xiao's sudden roar, and he thought that another Earth Spike Dragon had appeared. The Earth Spike Dragon retreated a lot, and its eyes fell on Ling Xiao, exuding a strong sense of confusion. It could clearly feel that Ling Xiao's aura gave it a very familiar feeling, as if it had met its own kind, but there was a slight difference in the power of origin. "How can a human like you know the Tenbin ability of the dragons?" The Earth Spike Dragon looked at Ling Xiao vigilantly. "I'm a guest general of the dragons, and a friend of the East Sea Dragons. Of course, I know the Tenbin ability," Ling Xiao said proudly. The Earth Spike Dragon was confused. "You know the Dragon King of the Water Dragon clan?" "Of course. You should be able to feel the dragon chi in my body. If I wasn't a friend of the dragons, How could I have such rich dragon blood and dragon chi? Besides, look at my body, it's already showing signs of transforming into a dragon. If I had accepted the dragon ball that the Dragon King gave me, I would have already become a dragon's prince. Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and thought to himself, so Brother Ling has this kind of ability. No wonder you could break through my defense back then. The Earth Spike Dragon looked at Ling Xiao, and its eyes flickered. Since you're a friend of the dragons, then you should know that I'm a relative of the dragons. Why did you bring people to bully me? Don't you know that people of the same clan shouldn't fight each other? That's true, but my friend and I didn't come here to fight you to the death. We just wanted to discuss something with you. Who knew that you would attack us without saying a word? We had no choice but to resist. Ling Xiao explained, then continued, actually, you should know that there are many humans out there looking for you, and they want to kill you. We're here to save you. Save me? The Earth Spike Dragon's brain wasn't very good, and it didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, as long as you're willing to leave with us, those humans won't be able to hurt you. Also, maybe in the future, I can ask the Dragon King for a dragon pearl, and you can become a real divine dragon. Ling Xiao tempted. When the Earth Spike Dragon heard the words, dragon pearl, its eyes shone with a strong desire. Are you serious? No, you humans are very cunning. You must be lying to me. Ling Xiao continued, other humans might lie to you, but I'm a guest general of the dragons. Why would I lie to you? Xianxia listened to Ling Xiao's persuasion, and the Earth Spike Dragon thought to itself, Brother Ling Xiao is really eloquent. He can even fool a dragon. He's really a role model for us. When it thought of this, it didn't expect that it would also be fooled by Ling Xiao and choose to explore the world with him. Then, what do you want me to do? But it's impossible for me to submit to you humans. The Earth Spike Dragon said. Just when Ling Xiao was about to say something, there was a series of rumbling sounds, and a lot of rocks kept falling. Damn, those humans are coming, are you with them? The Earth Spike Dragon roared. Its ferocious nature was aroused. Ling Xiao replied, we're not with them. We saved you, but they want to capture or kill you. If you don't believe me, we can persuade them to leave first. Then he said to Xianxia, Brother Xinyu, put on a mask and come with me to take a look. Tell them to scram first. Xianxia understood what Ling Xiao meant. He had already died in the arena, so it was not good for him to show himself for the time being. Otherwise it would cause trouble. He took Ling Xiao's mask and put it on. Then he used the giant axe to open a path and rush towards the ground. Above this area, Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi, and the others had already surrounded them. In the air, everyone had already used their power to seal off this area. There were 7 or 8 warriors with the earth attribute who were digging holes on the ground. The commotion just now came from here. Maybe the Earth Spike Dragon's nest is down here. Lu Jinxi said. Tai Lang, who was riding on the holy wolf beast, nodded. It should be right. Otherwise, how could it cause such a huge earthquake? This time, we must capture it and kill it. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures rushed out from the ground. Who is it? Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi shouted at the same time. More than 100 people immediately looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared and began to be on guard. Commanders, how have you been? Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi. He didn't have any resentment towards these 2 people, nor did he have any good impression of them. Back then, when Ling Xiao was mining under them, it was just a temporary expedient, it couldn't be considered torture. Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually appear here, and they were both flabbergasted. Ling Xiao, why are you here? Tai Lang asked. He was guessing, could it be that the Zhang family is also planning to mine this underground, or? That shouldn't be the case. Tai Lang already knew that Ling Xiao had joined the Zhang family as an outer sect elder. His status was now equal to his own, and he was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. However, this stone ridge was the territory of the Cyan Moon Palace, and the nearby powers generally didn't dare to cause trouble here. Tai Lang didn't understand why Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared here. To tell you the truth, this is my family's inner sect elder, Zhang Yi. He just came out of seclusion not long ago and wants to switch to a spirit beast to protect himself. As a matter of fact, this little brother just happened to know that there is an earth-spiked dragon here that matches my family elder's attribute. So I came here with my family elder to see if I could make it submit. At the same time, I can also help the two commanders resolve the problem here, said Ling Xiao. His words were half true and half false, making it hard to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Tai Lang and the others' gazes fell on the tall and sturdy Xianxia. He was wearing a mask and had a divine axe on his back. They felt that his figure was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember when such a person had appeared in the Zhang family. Ling Xiao, don't you know that this is our territory? What you're doing is not right. Tai Lang's expression was somewhat gloomy. They had originally wanted to capture the earth-spiked dragon alive, but they had lost a lot of people, so they changed their plan to kill it. But Ling Xiao and this person had suddenly come here. Wasn't this clearly interfering with their business? Naturally, they were unhappy. Commander Tai, as far as I know, you can't do anything to the earth-spiked dragon. Furthermore, it's constantly causing trouble here, making it impossible for you to mine. If this continues, you won't be able to complete the Cyan Moon Palace's mission. I'm afraid your days won't be good. Why don't you give face to my family elder? He can get a spirit beast to protect himself, and you can mine in peace. This is killing two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Zhang, do you really have the ability to subdue the earth-spiked dragon? Lu Jinxi asked. Ling Xiao gave Xianxia a meaningful look, and Xianxia immediately understood, coldly snorting, "You can try if I have the ability." Immediately afterward, Xianxuya's terrifying aura burst forth, forcing Lu Jinxi to take a few steps back. It was clear that his strength was far above Lu Jinxi's. Chapter 1066. Lu Jinxi was a mid-level Saint King, yet he was still forced back by Xianxuya's presence. It was quite surprising. Even Tai Lang, who was at his peak, wouldn't be able to suppress Lu Jinxi with his aura. Lu Jinxi's expression was ashen. He wasn't convinced, but he didn't want to fall out with Xianxia. Could this person be the Zhang family's old holy emperor? But he shouldn't be more than 1,000 years old. Tai Lang thought to himself. He could feel that this person's strength might not be as good as his, but his battle prowess was definitely much higher than his own. Tai Lang couldn't figure out Xianxuya's strength. Just as he was hesitating, a few screams rang out. Then a few explosions rang out, and a few pools of blood surged up from the ground. Roar! Half of the earth-spiked dragon's head emerged from the ground, and it let out a provocative roar before burrowing back into the ground. Damned bastard! Tai Lang cried out in alarm, and the demigod weapon in his hand blasted the ground with a terrifying light. Rumble! A kilometer-wide pit was blasted open on the ground, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Unfortunately, the earth-spiked dragon was nowhere to be seen. Commander Tai, you've also seen it. You can't do anything to it, but my elder can. Just now, he fought with the earth-spiked dragon for 3,000 rounds, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. He was so close to capturing it, but I didn't expect you to suddenly show up and scare it. Ling Xiao said exaggeratedly. Brother Zhang is actually this powerful? Tai Lang exclaimed, a bit of reverence in his eyes. Xianxuya didn't respond. Two axes appeared in his hands, and with a shout, he also struck the ground with his axes. A terrifying explosion rang out, and the ground shook for tens of thousands of miles. A huge pit that was even wider and deeper than the one Tai Lang had made appeared. This was just a casual strike, and it was different from Tai Lang's furious strike. In comparison, it was easy to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Tai Lang's expression was somewhat unsightly. After a moment of internal struggle, he said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you two to deal with the earth-spiked dragon. However, you must capture it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to return and request reinforcements from the city lord." "All right, thank you, Commander Tai. Please stay away for now. We will surely take down the earth-spiked dragon in a day." Ling Xiao replied. Tai Lang knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, and the Zhang family's elder in front of him also gave him a sense of oppression. Helpless, he had no choice but to retreat tens of thousands of miles away with his men. Brother Ling, you really are resourceful. You can subdue the enemy's army with just your tongue. Xin Yuyi admires you. Xin Yuyi smiled faintly at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Brother Xin Yu is overpraising me. I am a peace-loving person. I rarely do things like fighting and killing. If Ling Xiao's enemies heard this, they would probably start cursing. You're a peace-loving person? You don't even know how much blood you have stained your hands. Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi once again arrived at the Earth Spike Dragon's lair. The Earth Spike Dragon had already changed back to its true form. Without saying a word, it charged towards them. Its huge body was extremely lively underground, and the power of its collision was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi had no choice but to use their demigod tools to deal with it. Ling Xiao exclaimed, What are you doing? I've already forced them away. Do you still not believe in our sincerity? The Earth Spike Dragon roared, You're clearly with them. Don't think that I'm easy to fool. The Earth Spike Dragon was hiding underground, but it could still hear the conversation between Ling Xiao and Tai Lang. So it began to doubt Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi. Damn it. If that's the case, then I'll beat you until you surrender. Xin Yuyi was a belligerent by nature. He shouted and used his axes to attack the Earth Spike Dragon. Ling Xiao sighed. A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Looks like I'll have to play the villain this time. The Earth Spike Dragon was extremely strong, and its body was extremely tough. Xin Yuyi might not be able to deal with it alone, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to help. However, under the ground, his attack power was limited. If it weren't for the Golden Dragon Spear, he wouldn't be able to fight here. Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi continued to unleash powerful attacks towards the Earth Spike Dragon. The Earth Spike Dragon was like a fish in water. Using the rocks as a defense, it blocked all of Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi's attacks. Moreover, its dragon claws and tail would also hit them from time to time, causing them to cough up blood. The Earth Spike Dragon had the upper hand. Damn it, looks like I have to suppress it completely. Ling Xiao was blocked in many ways. He couldn't use his heavenly fire or baleful death chi to kill it, and he didn't have any advantage in terms of speed. He could only use his most powerful move. Ling Xiao was split into two. The two were exactly the same. The only difference was that the skin of the other was more translucent. It was less red but more sacred. Take it. Ling Xiao's real body said to the soul. His soul and his real body were one, but they were both independent existences. His soul couldn't use the Golden Dragon Spear. He was afraid that he might accidentally kill the Earth Spike Dragon, and that would be a huge loss. Although his body couldn't unleash its full potential underground, it was still much stronger than Ling Xiao's body. It could be said that Ling Xiao's soul had the strength of a demigod. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's real body was a bit weaker, it would be even more powerful. Xin Yuyi's eyes jumped a few times when he saw Ling Xiao split in two. This wasn't the first time he saw Ling Xiao like this. Back in the arena, his defense was broken by one of Ling Xiao's doppelgangers, and he was almost killed. Now, he still had some lingering fear in his heart. This is Brother Ling's killing move. His doppelganger is actually stronger than his real body. Could it be that this is a soul? The more Xin Yuyi thought about it, the more shocked he became. He had heard some legends about the immortal realm. He had already reached the high-level Holy Emperor's strength. Above that would be the immortal realm. He knew that the immortal realm not only needed to cultivate the body, but also the soul. Only by cultivating the soul could one step into the immortal king realm. However, normally, the soul should be weaker than the body. The current situation was completely different from what he knew. Could it be that Brother Ling achieved the soul ahead of time? Xin Yuyi guessed. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with envy and awe. Ling Xiao's soul faced the Earth Spike Dragon's tail, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he punched out with the Nine Suns Heaven-burning fist. The invincible fist intent carried an unparalleled power, shattering many rocks that were swept by the dragon's tail. The fist and the dragon's tail collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The rocks here kept falling, and it seemed like they were going to completely submerge the tunnel space here. The Earth Spike Dragon was at the peak of the 9th rank. Its strength was terrifying. It was definitely several times stronger than any peak Holy Emperor. However, the power of Ling Xiao's soul was able to block it. He was only forced back a few steps, but the Earth Spike Dragon let out a miserable cry, its eyes filled with fear. Ling Xiao's soul sneered, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for bullying you." Ling Xiao raised all of his strength. Punches filled with destructive fist intent enveloped the Earth Spike Dragon. It didn't even have a chance to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This part of the world was like an earthquake. The ground kept cracking, and many stone ridges kept collapsing. Tai Lang and the others who were tens of thousands of li away felt the trembling power. They all flew up into the sky and looked in the direction of the earthquake. Is there really such a person in the Zhang family? Is he already a demigod? Has he always been hidden? Tai Lang revealed a look of fear. Should we send some brothers to check it out? Lu Jinxi suggested. No, we can't provoke such a person. Unless the great elder of the palace is willing to step in, who can deal with him? Tai Lang hurriedly stopped them. You're right, but I feel like he's a bit like someone else. Lu Jinxi replied. You feel it too? Tai Lang asked. The two looked at each other. They both thought of Man Lunatic, but they didn't think it was possible. They saw with their own eyes that Man Lunatic was killed by Ling Xiao. Roar. The Earth Spike Dragon was in great pain from Ling Xiao's soul. It kept roaring in shock. Dragon blood kept spurting out of its body. Its huge body was already covered with many fist marks. Xin Yi was terrified. He felt that if Ling Xiao's fists landed on him, he would probably be crippled. Brother Ling, stop. It's going to die if you keep hitting it. Xin Yi said to Ling Xiao's real body. Don't worry. The Earth Spike Dragon's body is insane. It can still take a few punches. Ling Xiao's face was a little pale. He wasn't having a good time either. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with the Earth Spike Dragon, he had consumed a lot of energy. If this continued, his soul might not be able to take it anymore. Ling Xiao's soul attacked again. He punched the Earth Spike Dragon's abdomen. Its body was several hundred meters long, and it was embedded into the ground. The Earth Spike Dragon wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, it found that its body couldn't take it anymore. It was bleeding profusely, and its strength was greatly reduced. Ling Xiao felt much better now that his body and godly soul were united. He thought to himself, the Earth Spike Dragon is too powerful. My godly soul power has been consumed so much just by fighting it for 100 times. It seems that my godly soul power needs to be improved. This battle also made Ling Xiao realize his own shortcomings. His soul could only temporarily deal with people below the Holy Emperor's level or spirit beasts below the 9th rank. The Earth Spike Dragon, which was at the peak of the 9th rank, was strong enough to challenge a demigod. It wasn't easy to deal with. Earth Spike Dragon, seeing that you're a blood relative of the dragons, I won't make things difficult for you. Sign an equal contract with my brother. That way, you won't be bound by anything. One day, I might even turn you into a real dragon. If you don't want to, don't blame me for sucking all your dragon blood and peeling off your dragon tendons. Ling Xiao said. Chapter 1067. Human, I will not yield. The Earth Spike Dragon roared and tried to escape again. Unfortunately, Xin Yi had already sealed all the rocks nearby. It wasn't strong enough to break through. Don't be so foolish. One day, my brother will definitely become a divine king, and you will become a divine dragon. Why not? It's not like you've completely surrendered to him. If you feel like he doesn't want you to follow him, you can leave any time you want. Ling Xiao said. He was now a half-dragon, so he was also a member of the dragons. He didn't want to kill this Earth Spike Dragon, but if it was still stubborn, then he would have no choice but to kill it. You're right, Brother Ling Earth Spike Dragon, I, Old Yi, am not much weaker than you. Signing an equality contract with me is the best deal. I, Old Yi, will definitely not mistreat you. One day we can both become gods. Xin Yi said very sincerely. You cunning humans, I'd rather die than submit, the Earth Spike Dragon said proudly. After all, the higher the level of a spiritual beast, the harder it was to tame it. Unless it was raised from a young age, it would be very difficult to make it surrender without some special means. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and threw the golden dragon spear at the earth spike dragon. The earth spike dragon was pierced by the golden dragon spear. It let out a miserable cry and kept rolling around, crushing the rocks around it. "Brother Ling, please don't kill it." Xin Yi begged with a distressed look. "Don't worry, it has thick skin and flesh. How can it die just like that?" Ling Xiao said to Xin Yi. Then he released all the dragon qi in his body. Balls of emperor's might circled around his body. An incomparably mighty dragon circled around him like an emperor, giving people a sense of nobility. The earth spike dragon was in great pain, but Ling Xiao suddenly released his dragon shadow. The majestic draconic aura had the power to intimidate all beasts. Even the earth spike dragon was affected by it. "My people, submit to my emperor." Ling Xiao's aura rose to its peak and pressed down on the earth dragon. It was as if a real dragon was roaring at it, causing it to feel extremely shocked. Gradually, the spike dragon could no longer bear the pressure. It lowered its proud head and released the light of the equality contract curse. "Brother Xinyu, what are you waiting for?" Ling Xiao shouted at Xinyu Yi, who was in a daze. Only then did Xinyu Yi recover from his daze, and hurriedly took out his blood essence and dripped it over. After the contract was signed, the earth spike dragon gradually calmed down. It looked at Xinyu Yi and said, "If you can't make me a true dragon one day, I won't follow you anymore." Xinyu Yi patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll kill a true dragon for you in the future and get you a dragon pearl." The earth spike dragon was enraged and roared, "How can we dragons kill each other? If you do this again, I'll cancel my contract with you." Xinyu Yi suddenly became speechless. He muttered in his heart, "If I don't kill a true dragon, where am I going to find a dragon pearl for you? Don't worry, he's just joking. I'll ask the Dragon King for one in the future. I'm sure he won't mind." Ling Xiao comforted. Ling Xiao was also in urgent need of dragon pearls. He didn't want to stay in this half-human half-beast form. He might as well become a peerless dragon. He could switch between human and beast, and it would be much better than now. At the same time, Ling Xiao pulled the golden dragon spear off the earth spike dragon's body, and told Xinyu Yi to take out a rank 9 beast core and feed it to the earth spike dragon. For spiritual beasts, beast cores were not only used to increase their strength, they were also the best healing medicine. "Brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. From now on, you're my good brother. You're my big brother. Old Yi will obey you," Xinyu Yi said solemnly with one hand over his heart. He had only been with Ling Xiao for a short time, but Ling Xiao's intelligence and ability had already deeply impressed him. Moreover, Ling Xiao treated him so sincerely. The barbarians valued powerful warriors the most, and at the same time, they respected their friends the most. Although Ling Xiao was younger than him, Ling Xiao was stronger than him, so it wasn't a big deal for him to call Ling Xiao big brother. Ling Xiao was very satisfied and immediately smiled. "All right, I'll call you Old Yi. Don't call me big brother, it's too vulgar. Just call me Ling Xiao, we'll be good brothers from now on." "No, just call me big brother. It's disrespectful to call you by your name," Xinyu Yi said. Then you can call me big brother." "I really don't like it." Ling Xiao hesitated. Xinyu Yi immediately said with joy, "Yes, big brother." Xinyu Yi put away the earth spike dragon, and Ling Xiao left with him. Xinyu Yi said excitedly, "Don't worry, big brother. The earth spike dragon said that it has some treasures we need. Let's go take a look." Ling Xiao happily nodded. He had almost forgotten about this point. Some high-level spiritual beasts would have some accompanying spiritual treasures near them. For a peak holy beast like the earth spike dragon, there might be some unexpected holy treasures in its nest. Xinyu Yi led the way and quickly dug into the original nest of the earth spike dragon. In the fierce battle just now, a lot of rocks fell, and the tunnel was already destroyed. However, the earth spike dragon's nest was not damaged at all. Not a single rock fell in the thousands of meters wide space. Ling Xiao and Xinyu Yi landed inside and looked around, their eyes filled with excitement. "It's all yellow earth stone. This is a top holy material. It shouldn't be in the category of divine material. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Although Ling Xiao wasn't an artifact refiner, he had absorbed many remnant souls and gained a lot of memories. Moreover, he had read all kinds of books, so he could recognize all kinds of materials at a glance. This yellow earth stone was a very rare stone material. Its hardness was no less than diamond. It was an excellent material to refine holy tools or divine tools. The walls of the earth spike dragon's nest were all made of yellow earth stone. No wonder the battle just now was so fierce, but this place was not affected at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that if he auctioned off all the yellow earth stones here, he would be able to make a very rich fortune. However, Xianxia didn't care about these yellow earth stones. His gaze fell on a puddle of gray soil in the corner. His expression was as if he had seen a naked beauty, and his saliva kept drooling. This gray soil was like cloud mud, exuding all kinds of mysterious aura. The power of the earth attribute was extremely pure and vast. So much soil of 10,000 earth, so much origin power. Xianxia murmured. Only then did Ling Xiao look in his direction, and a look of joy also appeared on his face. Old Yi, you're in luck this time. With so much soil of 10,000 earth, it won't be difficult for you to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao said as he patted Xianxia's shoulder. Soil of 10,000 earth and metal origin qi were both elemental origin items, and even gods needed to absorb the purest energy. For the Holy Emperor, they were incomparably precious. Right now, Xianxia was only a high-tier Holy Emperor, and there was still a long way to go before he reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. This soil of 10,000 earth was like coal in the snow for him, allowing him to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor realm one step faster. At that time, he would be able to break through to the God King realm by cultivating his soul. Xianxia smiled foolishly. I can't compare to you, boss. You've already reached the God King realm, and it's already a matter of time before you reach the God King realm. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Since you can see that, then you know that boss has no intention of harming you. As long as we brothers work together, the heaven region will belong to us in the future. Xianxia nodded excitedly, then put away all the soil of 10,000 earth. Now was not the time to absorb it. Tai Lang and the others were waiting outside. Ling Xiao and Xianxia dug out all the yellow earth stones in the cave and put them away. Once we auction them off in the future, we'll have plenty of Xian crystals. At that time, it'll be much easier to do anything, said Ling Xiao. All right, we'll listen to boss, Xianxia replied, acting like he would follow Ling Xiao's orders. The two of them came out of the ground, and Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi, and the others immediately came over. Did the two of you subdue that earth spike dragon? Tai Lang asked impatiently. Yes, my clan's elder's strength is unparalleled, and he fought thousands of rounds with the earth spike dragon. With my assistance from the side, he finally subdued it. In the future, Commander Tai won't be harassed by it anymore, replied Ling Xiao. Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi, and the others looked at the masked Xianxia with even more respect. Even with so many of them, they couldn't do anything to the earth spike dragon, but the two of them had subdued it. This level of strength was not something they could compare to. Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi tried to persuade Ling Xiao and Xianxia to stay, and the two of them drank to their heart's content in the camp. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste time with them, so he rejected their good intentions and hurried back to Stone Sky City with Xianxia. Ling Xiao returned to the outskirts of the city and found Chai Guan to go back with him, so that no one would suspect anything. After returning to the Zhang family, Ling Xiao tried his best to avoid being alone with Zhang Lianhua. He was very afraid of her. Whenever she was at home, Ling Xiao would immediately slip out to patrol, and when she wasn't home, he would go to the scripture pavilion to read more records of the various regions. Occasionally, when he was free, Ling Xiao would go to the outskirts of the city to visit Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and the others. Old Man Tian was also temporarily arranged by Ling Xiao to stay in the courtyard. His destroyed Dan Tian had been reconstructed, and with the help of Ling Xiao's other pills, his strength had recovered quite a bit, and he was already a mid-level saint. He was still a few levels away from the mid-level Holy Emperor, But this was enough for him to live for a long time, and it wasn't impossible for him to recover his cultivation in the future. Moreover, with Ling Xiao around, he might even have a chance to reach the next level. Everything went smoothly for Ling Xiao, and the Gao family didn't come looking for trouble again. Thus, Ling Xiao found a time to bring Old Man Tian back to his hometown to visit his daughter. Old Man Tian had waited for this day for a long time, and naturally brought Ling Xiao back excitedly. Chapter 1068. Old Man Tian's hometown was in a place called River Town. It was the wealthiest and most beautiful town under Stone Sky City's jurisdiction. The town was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was verdant and lush, with many exotic flowers and grasses adorning it. The scenery was delightful, and anyone who looked at it would feel refreshed. According to Old Man Tian, he had offended the Green Moon Palace in Stone Sky City. At that time, Old Man Tian had brought the Tian family's direct descendants to Stone Sky City to develop. However, one day, an inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace had taken a fancy to Old Man Tian's daughter, Xianxia, and wanted to take her as his personal maid. Although the Green Moon Palace had a great reputation, Xianxia looked down on that disciple, so she was naturally unwilling. However, the inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace had taken advantage of the situation to take her captive. Old Man Tian had been hot-blooded at that time. His wife had died young, and his daughter was his lifeblood. Thus, he had kicked the inner disciple's balls until they burst. After Old Man Tian had calmed down, he knew that he had gotten into big trouble. Thus, he sent his daughter and some of his family back to their hometown. Not long after his daughter left, the people of the Green Moon Palace came knocking. The powerful members of the Tian family had all been killed, and Old Man Tian's Dan Tian had been crippled. He had been sent to the mines to spend the new year mining, and he had been ordered to be treated well. At first, Old Man Tian had been tortured to the point of death by many people in the mines. However, those people had grown tired of him and were too lazy to bother him. Thus, he had lived until now. Now, he was only worried about whether his daughter and family had been found by the people of the Green Moon Palace. Old Tian, your daughter must be beautiful, right? Otherwise, how could she have caught the eyes of those disciples of the Green Moon Palace? Ling Xiao asked jokingly. Old Man Tian revealed a bashful expression. Hee, my daughter is a bit of a beauty. To be honest, Old Man Tian was most proud of having such a beautiful daughter. Back in Xianxia town, his Tian family was the #1 family, and there was an endless stream of people coming to propose marriage. Unfortunately, his daughter's standards were quite high, and she still couldn't find her Mr. Right before he got into trouble. I can tell you're being humble just by looking at you, Ling Xiao said. He paused for a moment before continuing, Old Tian, I'll say it again. The Cyan Moon Palace must have forgotten about your existence. If you want to return to your old days, it's not impossible. There's no need for you to follow me. Old Man Tian immediately replied seriously, Palace Master, there's no need to persuade me anymore. I've seen through all sorts of ups and downs over the past 100 years. If it weren't for Palace Master, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to see the light of day again. Furthermore, I believe that Palace Master will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Heaven Realm in the future. Ling Xiao saw Old Man Tian's insistence and didn't say anything else. After a few days of traveling, Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian finally arrived at River Town. Old Man Tian's eyes welled up with tears when he saw the familiar scenery. Back in the day, he was also the famous Holy Emperor, one of the top experts in the town. He was revered by everyone in the town. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the bustling and beautiful town. This town is even more prosperous than the big cities in the stronghold. This heaven realm is truly worthy of being called the realm of gods. Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian walked into the town, and Old Man Tian couldn't wait to make his way to the Tian family. Old Tian, don't be in such a hurry. You haven't returned in over 100 years, so there's no need to rush. Why don't we find a place to ask about the situation first? Ling Xiao pulled Old Man Tian aside. He was afraid that the Tian family would be destroyed by the Cyan Moon Palace, which was why he said this. He didn't want Old Man Tian to rejoice for nothing. He wanted to find someone to ask about the Tian family first so that Old Man Tian could have some time to calm down. Old Man Tian understood Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately followed Ling Xiao into a restaurant. A beautiful woman's fan appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It exuded an oppressive air of nobility, giving off the feeling of a noble young master. He tipped the waiter a piece of top-grade glazed crystal and asked, "Waiter, do you know the Tian family in this town?" The waiter happily put away the glazed crystal, but when he heard Ling Xiao's question, he immediately revealed a look of fear and returned the glazed crystal to Ling Xiao. "My apologies, young master. This town no longer has the Tian family." "Impossible. How can there not be a Tian family?" Old Man Tian immediately stood up and shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes gathered on Old Man Tian. Their gazes were filled with ridicule. The waiter didn't dare to reply, as if he was afraid of drawing fire onto himself. He immediately turned around to do something else. "Palace master, let me catch someone for questioning," Old Man Tian said impatiently. He was afraid to face the fact that the Tian family had been destroyed. "Old Man Tian, don't panic. Your emotions are not stable now. I will make my decision later." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Old Man Tian could only suppress his anger and gulp down several jugs of wine. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao was not moving, he would have flown back to the Tian family to find out what had happened. The daughter that he cared about the most was his lifeline. Even though he had prepared for the worst, he still couldn't handle it when it came time to face it. After about an hour, Ling Xiao finally walked out of the restaurant in a leisurely manner. Old Man Tian said impatiently, "Palace master, we..." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao made a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. Then, he called out softly in a direction, "Follow us." As he spoke, Ling Xiao turned around and walked towards a corner of a small alley. Old Man Tian didn't know what was going on and could only follow. When they reached the small alley, someone chased after them. This person was actually the waiter from the restaurant just now. "Speak. Tell me everything you know about the Tian family," Ling Xiao asked the waiter. Old Man Tian didn't understand. He thought that the waiter had been bribed by his palace master. Without any hesitation, the waiter told him everything he knew. It turned out that the Tian family still existed in Xianxia town. However, something big had happened in the past few days. The Tian family had been the overlord of Xianxia town for many years and was the largest family. However, 100 years ago, the Tian family had wanted to move to Stone Sky City to develop. Unfortunately, an accident happened. Later on, the people of the town gradually learned that the 3 elders of the Tian family, the Holy Emperor, had died in Stone Sky City. It was also from then on that the Tian family's prestige in Xianxia town declined day by day. Other families also seized the opportunity to replace the Tian family's position. Fortunately, the Tian family's foundation was strong enough that it didn't collapse for a while. However, more than 100 years had passed. Many families had risen, but the Tian family had gradually declined. The number of Holy Emperor guarding the family was even fewer. It was no longer qualified to be the first family in Xianxia town. Now, the Xiao family, the most powerful family in Xianxia town, had replaced the Tian family and become the first family in Xianxia town. Originally, the Tian family could have continued to survive even after retreating. However, the Tian family had a stunning beauty, Tianji, the first beauty of the town. However, this title of hers had caused a lot of trouble for the family. In the early years, the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijin, had taken a liking to her and wanted to marry her. At the same time, it was a marriage between the Xiao family and the Tian family. It was a beautiful story. However, Tianji rejected Xiao Zijin. Now that the Xiao family was powerful, they announced that they would destroy the Tian family in a few days and remove the Tian family from Jiangxue town. Because of this, everything about the Tian family in Jiangxue town temporarily became a topic that no one dared to mention. After hearing all this, tears streamed down Old Man Tian's face. Damn the Xiao family! How dare they do this? I'm going to fight it out with them, Old Man Tian said angrily. At the same time, he was about to rush to the Tian family. Old Tian, don't be anxious. With your current strength, what's the point of rushing back? Ling Xiao grabbed Old Man Tian's hand. But even if I die, I want to be with them. Old Man Tian replied. Ling Xiao said, don't worry. Since I've accompanied you back, I won't turn a blind eye. I'll help you resolve this matter. No matter what, you're one of my people. Old Man Tian's face was filled with gratitude, but he refused. Palace Lord, there's no need for you to take this risk. Since the Xiao family dares to dominate the town, they have at least a few holy emperors. Don't bother yourself with this matter. Go back to the Zhang family. This old servant has let you down, Palace Lord. Old Tian, are you saying that you don't trust me? Ling Xiao asked. This old servant has no such intentions. Old Man Tian said. Let's go and take a look at the Tian family first. With me around, you can rest assured. Ling Xiao patted Old Man Tian's shoulder. Old Man Tian wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. His gratitude towards Ling Xiao deepened. The Tian family was once the #1 family in Xianxia town. The land they built was incomparably spacious, with many towering pavilions. The eaves were made of jade, the pillars carved with dragons and paintings, the pavilions and terraces, the little bridges and flowing water. It had the air of an imperial palace. In one of the pavilions, a woman sat facing a lotus in a pond, playing the pipa and composing. Waves of sorrow and resentment caused those who heard it to feel melancholy. Suddenly, a wave of hurried voices resounded, and it interrupted this sorrowful tune. The woman turned her head to look. Her lovely face actually caused the tender red, pure white, elegant and indifferent lotus water in the pond to pale in comparison. The woman's facial features were as exquisite as a sculpture. Her hair was tied up in a bun with silver needles and gold twigs, making her look especially luxurious and graceful. Her eyes, which carried a hint of sadness, rippled like a pond of spring water, carrying an incomparable allure. The green satin she wore accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Although this woman couldn't compare to Euro Fei's bewitching beauty, she exuded a kind of delicateness that made one feel pity for her. This kind of temperament was especially similar to Ji Beixin's. However, her delicate face carried a kind of unswerving determination that was rarely seen in other women. From this, one could see that she was an extremely opinionated and principled woman. Miss, it's bad. The Xiao family has come again. A servant girl hurried over and cried out anxiously. The woman frowned slightly and murmured, "What will come will come. It looks like I have no other choice." Chapter 1069. The upper echelons of the Tian family were all gathered in the main hall of the Tian family. A few of them were from the Xiao family, which had now replaced the Tian family. Among the Xiao family, there was a rather young and handsome man. He was gorgeously dressed and had an extraordinary bearing. His eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This person was the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijin. His strength had already reached the saint level, and he was a famous genius in the town. Uncle Tian, hurry up and make a decision. As long as you marry Jiayi to me, then your Tian family will naturally be able to continue living in Jiangshui town. It will even be famous under the shadow of our Xiao family. Otherwise, in 3 days, your Tian family will be destroyed. Xiao Zijin stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the head of the Tian family, Tian Yue. Bastard, even if our Tian family dies in battle, we will not submit to your despotic power. Get out of here immediately, or else your blood will be spilled here. Tian Yue shouted angrily. Although the Tian family was weak, they were relatively united. Xiao Zijin's words had undoubtedly aroused public anger. Another elder of the Tian family shouted, "Hurry up and scram. Don't think that our Tian family is easy to bully. You ungrateful ingrates, if it wasn't for our Tian family taking care of you, you wouldn't be where you are today." That's right. Back then, Grand Duke Xiao was our great elder's brother, but who would have thought that he'd be so eager to make a move against our Tian family right after he advanced? Our Xiao family isn't a weakling that you can knead as you please. Patriarch, why don't we capture them? Since the Xiao family has already spoken, there's no harm in shedding all pretenses now. The people of the Tian family all glared at Xiao Zijin and the others and shouted. They couldn't wait to immediately kill him. Do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? I came prepared today. Elder, let them have a good look at your strength. Xiao Zijin sneered with extreme calmness. As Xiao Zijin's words fell, a thin and short old man beside him instantly burst forth with a powerful aura, causing everything in the main hall to sway. The people of the Tian family were shocked. A few of the weaker ones were forced to take a few steps back, and some even knocked over tables and chairs. Intermediate Holy Emperor! Tian Yue exclaimed. Hehe, at least you have some eyesight. With this old man's strength, fighting against you 3 low-level Holy Emperor shouldn't be a difficult task, right? The old man sneered. On Xiao Zijin's side, other than this mid-level Holy Emperor, there was another low-level Holy Emperor. Those who could reach this level of strength were all top-notch experts in the town. No one could underestimate them. The Tian family only had 3 low-tier Holy Emperors. Although they had an advantage in numbers, a mid-tier Holy Emperor was enough to fight against the 3 of them. They had no advantage at all. The expressions of the Tian family members were ugly to the extreme. Back then, the Tian family also had an intermediate Holy Emperor, and there was more than one of them. That was what they relied on to dominate Xianxia town. Unfortunately, he was killed over 100 years ago, and none of the remaining 3 Holy Emperors could break through to the next level. That was why they were gradually reduced to being bullied by others. I don't want to push you too far today. I'll give you 3 more days to think about it. If you don't send Joy to me as my concubine, you know the consequences. Xiao Zijin said proudly. Just as Tian Yue was about to say something, a clear voice came from the back door. I promise you. I don't need 3 days. I'll go with you to the Xiao family today. I just hope you can keep your promise and don't make things difficult for the Tian family. A peerless beauty walked out from the back door. Her enchanting face and graceful figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Zijin revealed an extremely greedy expression. This was the woman he had been longing for many years. Today, she was going to be under his crotch. This made him extremely excited. Jai, you can't agree to this. The Xiao family is a bunch of people who don't keep their promises. Even if you go, they will still go back on their words. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight them to the death. Tian Yue said firmly. Tian Jai bowed to Tian Yue and said, Uncle, my father almost destroyed the family's foundation because of me. Jai is the sinner of the family, and I've been living in guilt all these years. Now that the family is in trouble, I should do my part. If I don't agree to them now, the Tian family will be destroyed. If I agree to them, there might be a chance for us to survive. That's right, Jai, I'm infatuated with you. If you didn't reject me, this would never have happened. If you come with me today, I promise your family will definitely be able to survive in Jiangxue town. Xiao Zijin took the lead to agree. Winner takes all. There's nothing more to say. Our Tian family has declined to this point, and I can't shirk my responsibility. I only hope that you can keep your promise today. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tian Jai's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness and determination. Cut the crap, I'll agree to it. Hurry up and come with me. I want everyone to know that the #1 beauty of Jiangxue town is about to become my, Xiao Zijin's, beloved concubine. Ha! Xiao Zijin laughed wildly. He sneered in his heart, when I get your body, you'll be a member of the Xiao family. What does the Tian family have to do with you? When the time comes, so be it. You won't be able to stir up any more trouble. The Tian family wanted to persuade him, but they didn't know where to start. In terms of strength, the Tian family was indeed weaker than the Xiao family. Even if they fought, it would only cause more casualties. Xiao Zijin arrogantly walked out of the Tian family. The people who came with him were protecting him in the middle. Tian Jai bowed to the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she followed Xiao Zijin out. The people of the Tian family followed her out. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger, but they couldn't do anything. All right, everyone, there's no need to send me off. We'll bid farewell here. In the future, I'll arrange the betrothal gifts. Consider it as me officially marrying Jai. Xiao Zijin pretended to smile. Elders, please go back. Take care of yourselves, Tianjai said with some tears in her eyes. Sigh, Xiao Zijin, if you can't treat Jai well, in the future, our Tian family will seek justice from your Xiao family even if we have to fight with everyone. Tian Yue sighed. Your Tian family also needs to have the strength to fight. Xiao Zijin laughed. These words infuriated the people of the Tian family. A few hot-blooded young people wanted to rush up and fight with him. However, they were firmly suppressed by the old man beside them. Just as Xiao Zijin and his group were about to leave, two figures swept over from afar. Everyone in Jiangshui town knew that the area around the Tian family had become a forbidden area. Everyone was afraid of being implicated by the Tian family. But now, there were two people who recklessly rushed over, which attracted a lot of attention. It's just two saints. The middle-level holy emperor beside Xiao Zijin said disdainfully. Let's go. Even if the Tian family has reinforcements, they can't escape destruction. Xiao Zijin said. Tian Yue also saw the people approaching. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He muttered, That person seems to be second brother. When the sorrowful Tian Jai heard this, her body and mind trembled. She hurriedly looked at the people approaching. It's really father. Tears of excitement rolled down Tian Jai's delicate face. Fifth brother, I'm back. Old man Tian saw his family members gathering in front of the door from afar and couldn't help but shout. Old man Tian and Ling Xiao quickly descended. It's really second brother. Tian Yue immediately exclaimed with surprise and went over to greet him with excitement. Father! Tian Jai cried out and immediately went over to greet him as well. Tian Jai's father, one of the three middle-level holy emperors of the Tian family all those years ago, Holy Emperor Tian Yoji. Xiao Zijin seemed to have thought of something, and an astounded expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. If Tian Yoji returned, then the Tian family's strength would rise once more. That would be disadvantageous to the Xiao family. There's no need to worry. He's only at the mid-level of the Saint Realm now. His lifespan has been greatly reduced, so I presume he suffered a heavy injury in the past. The middle-level Holy Emperor by Xiao Zijin's side reminded him. Xiao Zijin felt much more at ease when he heard this. However, a strand of jealousy instantly arose in his heart when he saw the young man by Old Man Tian's side. What's the point of having a pretty boy? Old Man Tian's eyes were filled with tears when he saw a newcomer again. He was extremely excited. Even though some members of the Tian family hadn't met Old Man Tian, they'd heard of his deeds. They knew that he was the patriarch's brother and was once one of the pillars of the Tian family. Now that he'd returned, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Father, I thought I'd never see you again. Tian Jai sobbed. Old Man Tian glanced at his even more beautiful and alluring daughter, then took her in his arms and said, Child, it's been hard on you all these years. Second brother, this isn't the place to talk. The Xiao family is powerful now, and the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijin, wants to force Jai to become his concubine. Otherwise, he'll annihilate our Tian family. Tian Yue reminded. Bastard! Old Man Tian roared furiously. His wife had died young, and his daughter was his lifeline. Moreover, the Tian family was his main family. How could he not be angry when someone came knocking on his door and forced his hand? Xiao Zijin smiled at Old Man Tian and said, Father-in-law, you're back. That's great. I wanted to talk to you about Jai marrying into our Xiao family. So you're the descendant of great-grandfather Xiao? That's great. Back then, great-grandfather Xiao was taken care of by my father. I didn't expect him to force the Tian family. Hurry up and go back and tell great-grandfather Xiao that I, Tian Yoji, have returned. Let's see if he still dares to have any ideas about our Tian family. Old Man Tian bluffed. His strength had already regressed a lot, and it was impossible for him to challenge any of the Holy Emperor's authority. Therefore, he wanted to scare them while they were still in power. My dear father-in-law, with your current strength, I'm afraid my son-in-law can take you down. Do you still need my great-grandfather to do anything? Xiao Zijian laughed arrogantly. Old man Tian was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, someone beat him to it. Slap. A resounding slap resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 1070. Xiao Zijian's body, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was sent flying like a cannonball. A few of his front teeth flew out, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was an eye-piercing sight. No one expected that someone would suddenly make a move, and that many of the holy emperors couldn't even react in time. None of the Xiao family members could react, and they were still in a daze. The Tian family members were the same. They all stared blankly at the person who helped them vent their anger. They saw a handsome young man with a wicked smile. He held a beautiful woman's fan in his hand, and he looked rather elegant and elegant. He gave off an inexplicable sense of affinity. Tianjui also noticed this young man. Looking at his complacent expression, she suddenly had a good impression of him. What a handsome man! The mid-stage holy emperor didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao for now. Instead, he helped Xiao Zijian up and asked, "Zijian, how are you?" Xiao Zijian stood up. His face had 5 red finger marks, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked extremely hideous, and the pain almost made him choke on his tears. A minute, kill him. Xiao Zijian glared at Ling Xiao with resentment. As soon as he spoke, a low-stage holy emperor of the Xiao family began to move. Without any explanation, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao's face. The punch was overbearing and surging, and its speed was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to defend against. "Watch out!" several voices cried out at the same time. However, by the time their warnings rang out, the fist had already smashed into Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it only hit an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already circled behind the low-stage holy emperor. The beautiful woman's fan was like a divine weapon, smashing towards the back of the low-stage holy emperor's head. Bang! This ordinary-looking white fan actually blew up the low-stage holy emperor's head. He didn't even have time to scream before he died just like that. Brains and blood were especially glaring and bloody, making some timid people want to vomit. Who would have thought that such an elegant scholar was actually such a ruthless person? He had killed a low-level holy emperor in a single move. This was too shocking. One could imagine how terrifying this young man's strength was. The people of the Xiao family all became nervous. Apart from the low-level holy emperor, they only had the middle-level holy emperor. If the Tian family took the opportunity to attack them, wouldn't they all die here? The mid-level holy emperor of the Xiao family squinted at Ling Xiao and asked, "Who are you, sir? Why do you want to get involved in this mess between the Xiao and Tian families?" He couldn't see through this young man's strength. The other party might be above him, and he was already afraid. So what if I'm interfering? Since you're all trying to bully me, why don't you all stay and be my guests? Ling Xiao gently fanned himself with his beautiful woman's fan, and smiled casually. No one could tell that he was someone who had killed a top expert in the blink of an eye. When the people of the Tian family heard Ling Xiao's words, their faces revealed joy. They all knew that this young man had come to help their Tian family. "Bastard, who do you think you are? Our Xiao family is the #1 family in town. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and come over. I'll smash your mouth and let you go." Xiao Zijian was dizzy with anger. Relying on the middle-level holy emperor by his side, he didn't care about anyone. The middle-level holy emperor cursed in his heart, "What a good descendant of Xiao Taigong. If he dares to say that, then his strength must be frighteningly high. He might even have a stronger backer. He actually brought up your family. He really isn't afraid of death. Is that so? It seems that my punishment for you is still light." Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his figure flashed again. The middle-level holy emperor knew that Ling Xiao was about to make a move, and wanted to block this attack for Xiao Zijian. However, he only heard a whoosh sound, followed by a pig-like scream. Xiao Zijian, who was beside him, was once again sent flying dozens of meters away. The middle-level Holy Emperor was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that the person who had come was really many times stronger than him. He didn't even have time to react before the person sent Xiao Zijian flying. The middle-level Holy Emperor didn't even think about it and shouted to the others, "Retreat!" Immediately after, he flew in the direction of Xiao Zijian, wanting to take him away. "Hey, didn't I say that all of you will stay? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Ling Xiao sneered, and with a light step, he chased after him like a goshawk. Before the middle-level Holy Emperor could reach Xiao Zijian, he immediately heard the sound of wind breaking. He didn't even think about it before he dodged. However, Ling Xiao seemed to be everywhere, and his wind god's kick landed on the middle-level Holy Emperor's back without hesitation. Bang bang! The middle-level Holy Emperor was kicked away by Ling Xiao. Mouthfuls of blood continuously spurted out, and his entire body smashed into the ground in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other members of the Xiao family were scared out of their wits. They cried out in alarm and immediately scattered to escape. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take them all down. Don't let a single one of them escape." Tian Yue reacted the fastest. He immediately cried out in alarm and took the lead to attack the Xiao family. Although the Tian family's strength was not as good as before, they still had 3 low-level holy emperors. When they attacked at the same time, none of the Xiao family's holy experts could escape. This change happened too quickly. It had only been a quarter of an hour, and the arrogant Xiao family had all become prisoners of the Tian family. This made them very happy. Xiao Zijian's power was sealed, and he was tied up. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked very miserable. "Hurry up and let me go. Hurry up and let me go. My grandfather is already a high-level holy emperor. If you don't let me go, your Tian family will be completely destroyed." Xiao Zijian struggled and shouted, "If you dare say another word, I will immediately kill you here." Ling Xiao said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Zijian. Xiao Zijian looked at Ling Xiao's evil appearance and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. In his heart, he was extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, "When my grandfather comes, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I'll make you wish you were dead." "Many thanks for your help, Palace Head." Old Man Tian bowed to Ling Xiao after the Xiao family had been taken away. "Didn't I say there's no need to be so formal? Go in first. I believe your enemies will be sending people soon," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. "Right, second brother, let's go in first and talk," Tian Yue said excitedly. Old Man Tian nodded lightly and invited Ling Xiao in first, looking very much like a servant. This caused the Tian family to be both shocked and curious. They were shocked that their Tian family's once strongest holy emperor had become a follower of this young man. They were also curious as to who this young man was and why his strength was so frightening. Beside Old Man Tian, Tian Jiai's heart was also filled with many questions. She had absolute confidence in her own appearance, but she discovered that this young man had not paid any attention to her since the very beginning. This was a huge blow to her. But when she thought about how this person was able to garner such respect from her father, he must have something extraordinary about him. It had to be known that the heaven region was vast, and there were as many factions as there were hairs on a cow. Jiangshui town was just a remote place. Even any random family in Stone Sky City was much stronger than the people here. She believed that Ling Xiao was someone from some faction, or else he wouldn't have looked down on the Xiao family like this. After entering the Tian family, Ling Xiao was treated as a distinguished guest, and Old Man Tian personally admitted that Ling Xiao was his master. This shocked the Tian family to the core. However, they knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, so none of them dared to say anything. "This isn't the time to talk about these things. Let's talk about the strength of your opponents. If possible, take care of them. Then you won't have anything to worry about." Ling Xiao said, "Sir, the Xiao family has 2 high-level holy emperors. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them." Tian Yue said with a troubled expression. Old Man Tian asked, "Fifth brother, when did the Xiao family become so powerful?" Could it be that they've received help from someone over the past 100 years? Tianyue shook his head and said, I don't know either. However, the Xiao family's grand elder Xiao has indeed broken through to high-level holy emperor. Moreover, they seem to have recruited a few more experts. Xianxia town is under their control. How many holy emperors do they have? Ling Xiao asked. I think there were around 10 at the beginning. Tianyue said. This number was already 3 times that of the Tian family. It was no wonder that the Tian family was already riding on top of them. Oh, only around 10? That's easy. We've already taken down 2, so it should be 8. Let's wait for them to come and capture them all. When that time comes, we'll go to the Xiao family and take a look. I believe it won't be a problem for the Tian family to become the number 1 family in Jiangxue town again, right? Ling Xiao replied casually. When the Tian family's elders heard Ling Xiao speak so casually, they were speechless for a moment. They believed that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement of 8 holy emperors. Palace Lord, let's plan this out. Old man Tian said from the side. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There's no need for that. As long as they don't have a divine king, there's nothing to be afraid of. Gather everyone. Once I take down the Xiao family's holy emperor, all of you can go and annihilate the Xiao family and reclaim your Tian family's position. It didn't matter if the Tian family believed him or not. As Old Man Tian's master, it was normal for him to help Old Man Tian's family. He didn't believe that the Xiao family could overturn the heavens. Old Man Tian didn't have much contact with Ling Xiao, but based on Ling Xiao's 20 consecutive victories in the prison arena, he wouldn't boast for no reason. Old Man Tian immediately told Tianyue to do as Ling Xiao said. By the way, Jui, this is Palace Lord Ling Xiao, your father's savior. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to see you again. Old Man Tian took his daughter's hand and introduced her to Ling Xiao. This humble one is Tianjie. Thank you for saving my father, benefactor. This humble one has nothing to repay you, so please accept my bow. Tianjie glanced at Ling Xiao, then bowed to Ling Xiao gratefully. Chapter 1071. Ling Xiao didn't expect Old Man Tian to have such a beautiful daughter. However, he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Just based on the looks of his wives and concubines, none of them inferior to Tianjie. Thus, he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. No need for formalities. Your father once helped me, so it's only right for me to help him, Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged. Palace Lord, if you hadn't saved me back in the mine, I would be a pile of dirt by now, let alone rid myself of that identity. You are my master, and Jai is my daughter. She can also be considered your maidservant, so it's only right for her to bow to you. Old Man Tian replied. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow my father by your side. Tianjie's expression was resolute. She saw her father as the heavens and her life. Old Man Tian's words were like an imperial edict that she would carry out unconditionally. Now that she heard that Ling Xiao had saved her father's life, she felt even more grateful towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was strong, handsome, and gave off a good vibe. Thus, she didn't mind following her father's words and worshipping Ling Xiao as her master. She knew the meaning of the phrase, femme fatale. 100 years ago, she had already harmed her uncle and a few other uncles. Now, she had almost destroyed the Tian family. She might as well follow her father and leave the Tian family with Ling Xiao. Of course, she didn't want to harm Ling Xiao. She just wanted to leave Jiangxue town and see how wonderful the outside world was. Old Tian, you're really something. I told you to return to the family, but now you're making your daughter a maidservant. It's as if I'm forcing a good citizen. Ling Xiao sighed and changed the topic. The Xiao family should be here soon. I'll go meet them myself. If you're worried, just stay here. With that, Ling Xiao dashed out of the hall. Old Man Tian wanted to chase after him, but Tianyue pulled him back and asked, Second brother, who is this lord? It's a long story, but since you're confident in taking down the Xiao family, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go take a look first. Old Man Tian replied. In another mansion in Jiangxue town. This was the home of the Xiao family, the #1 family in Xianxia town. The news of Xiao Zijin being captured by the Tian family had already quickly spread here. Bastard, the Tian family has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. They actually dared to capture Zijin. What the hell is Elder Effa doing? Didn't I tell him to accompany Zijin? The current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chao, slammed the table and shouted. Reporting to the Lord, Fa Elder was also captured by the Tian family. A saint replied in a trembling voice. Xiao Chao instantly stood up and looked at his subordinates. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Tian family still has some old fart? Xiao Chao knew the ins and outs of the Tian family very well. He had allowed his son to go to the Tian family because they did not have an intermediate holy emperor. However, now that their intermediate holy emperor had been left behind, it was certain that the Tian family had something up their sleeves. He could not help but worry. The Xiao family had designs on the Tian family and wanted to take over all of the Tian family's businesses. They had spread the news in advance to test the Tian family's strength. Today, his son had gone to the Tian family for the same reason. If the Tian family compromised, it proved that the Tian family did not have anything to rely on. Then it would be easy for the Xiao family to take down the Tian family. Now it seemed that the Tian family had something up their sleeves. The saint hurriedly reported the news he had received. So second brother Tian has returned. No wonder he could leave Elder Fa and Zijin behind. Could it be he has broken through to the advanced holy emperor? Xiao Chao muttered to himself. Lord, the one who made a move wasn't Tian Yoji. It was the young man who returned with him. According to the report, he captured the 2 elders and the young master by himself, the saint said. It seems that the Tian family has really found someone to rely on. We must report this to the old master. Xiao Chao's eyes flashed with some worry. Then Xiao Chao dashed towards the backyard. Not long after, several terrifying auras rushed out of the Xiao family. These people were heading in the direction of the Tian family. On the roof of a pavilion in the Tian family, Ling Xiao stood on the edge of the eaves. A light breeze blew, causing his clothes to flutter. He seemed to be separated from the heavens and the earth, making him seem ethereal like a god. Old man Tian stood not far away, watching him like the most loyal servant. Tian Jai stood by her father's side, her beautiful eyes shining with a misty light. If he can protect the Tian family, then I don't mind being your servant for the rest of my life. Tian Jai made up her mind. Ling Xiao looked at the distant horizon. A few whooshing sounds came from the sky. He smiled and said, They're finally here. At this time, the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family appeared at the same time. Tian Yue, how dare you capture my young master? Why don't you release him quickly, or your Tian family will be flattened today? Before he had even arrived, a low-level Saint King from the Xiao family roared out in the air above the Tian family. Tian Yue, you sure are bold. Your Xiao family is too much. I can only keep him as a guest here. Tian Yue replied coldly. At this time, the holy emperors of the Xiao family appeared at the same time. There were 6 of them in total. One of them was a high-level holy emperor, 1 mid-level holy emperor, and 4 low-level holy emperors. This force was definitely a top-notch force in Xianxia town. No wonder they dared to threaten to destroy the Tian family. It seemed that they were determined to do so. When the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family saw this, they couldn't help but feel afraid. If they all attacked together, the destruction of the Tian family would only be a matter of time. They could only pin their hopes on Ling Xiao and hope that Ling Xiao could handle it. I'll say it one more time. Hurry up and release the Xiao family. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. The low-level holy emperor who spoke just now said sternly. Xiao Wu, you sure talk big. Today, our palace lord is here. Let's see who dares to touch the Tian family. Old man Tian rebuked. Since Ling Xiao had already decided to help the Tian family, why not directly frighten the Xiao family and let them know the difficulties and retreat? I heard that you, second brother Tian, have returned. No wonder your Tian family is so confident. But do you recognize the person behind me? The low-level holy emperor of the Xiao family sneered. Old man Tian looked at the person beside Xiao Wu, and his eyes exploded with rage. He shouted, "So it's you, you bastard. Today, I will take your dog life to avenge my wife." Old man Tian's anger soared to the heavens, and his rationality was already overshadowed. He actually wanted to kill that person without a care in the world. "Old man Tian, you're no match for him. Stop right now. I'm here." Ling Xiao instantly appeared beside Old Man Tian and pressed down on his shoulder. "Palace Lord, let me go. I must kill this bastard with my own hands for killing my wife." Old Man Tian said stubbornly. Second brother Tian, I didn't expect you to still remember what happened all those years ago. It's a pity that I didn't manage to *CK your wife in the end. All I did was touch her breasts a few times, and she actually took her own life. What does that have to do with me?" The high-level holy emperor laughed proudly. He paused for a moment, then revealed a ruthless glint. "However, I was hunted down by you for 3 months and almost lost my life. Now it's time to repay the debt." Ling Xiao more or less understood why Old Man Tian was so angry. It turned out that the person before him had once taken liberties with Old Man Tian's woman and even caused her to commit suicide. It was no wonder that Old Man Tian was so furious. "Damned bastard, I'm going to kill you." Old Man Tian's eyes emitted a thick, vicious aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being held down by Ling Xiao, he would have charged forward even if he had to die. However, at this moment, a figure charged towards the high-class Saint King before he did. "Bastard, give me back my mother's life." The figure was Xianxia. She had the strength of a saint. You really look like your mother, and your figure is just as great. I'll touch you and see if you're as voluptuous as your mother." The high-level holy emperor smiled obscenely. At the same time, he advanced instead of retreating. He met Xianxia head-on. His old hand turned into a claw, and he ignored Xianxia's attack as he tried to grab her breasts. Xianxia didn't expect him to be so shameless. Her urge to fight him to the death was instantly halved. Just as the high-level holy emperor's hand was about to grab Xianxia, another powerful hand appeared and grabbed the high-level holy emperor's hand. "She's my maidservant. Only I can touch her." "It's not your turn to touch her, you old man." The person who grabbed the high-level holy emperor was Ling Xiao. He had a faint smile on his face as if he wasn't a threat at all. However, the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking and a shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out in the sky above the Tian family. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face, which had a faint smile on it, but it was as if they had seen a demon. It made them feel fear and dread. "Everyone, let's kill him together." The low-level holy emperor of the Xiao family exclaimed and took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. "Let's kill him first." Ling Xiao laughed coldly and kicked the high-level holy emperor away. The high-level holy emperor's body immediately smashed into the low-level holy emperor's powerful attack. "Rumble! Damn it! Let's kill him together and destroy the Tian family." The low-level holy emperor kept shouting and gathering all the power in his body. He began to brandish the sword in his hand, trying to destroy the Tian family's territory. "Do you think you have the chance?" Ling Xiao appeared behind him like a ghost and smashed his dragon fist into the back of the holy emperor's head. The holy emperor's head exploded and he immediately lost all signs of life. The other holy emperors who were just about to attack were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They actually scattered and ran away. "Since you're here, then stay," Ling Xiao nonchalantly replied. The 108 clones shot off in all directions. Every single one of them possessed extremely terrifying attacks, slaying the fleeing Saint Kings one by one. Chapter 1072. When the Tian family saw the ferocious Ling Xiao, they were overjoyed. They all cried out in their hearts, "Our Tian family is saved. We're saved." This time, they had complete trust in Ling Xiao and didn't think he was spouting nonsense. The holy emperor of the Xiao family was basically killed by Ling Xiao, while the high-ranking holy emperor who tried to escape was heavily injured by Ling Xiao and thrown to Old Man Tian for him to do as he pleased. Old Man Tian was filled with grief and indignation. He broke the man's limbs, blinded his eyes, cut off his tongue, and destroyed his dantian. Then he was sent out into the wilderness to be fed to the wolves. Ling Xiao could understand Old Man Tian's feelings. Anyone whose beloved wife had been defiled would feel irreconcilable enmity. Many thanks, Palace Lord, for avenging this old servant. This old servant's wish has been fulfilled. Once this matter is over, I will follow the Palace Lord in the future without a word of complaint. Old Man Tian knelt in front of Ling Xiao's home and said solemnly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pull him up, Tian Jie followed suit and knelt down. Just like my father, this little girl will always serve the Palace Lord without any second thoughts. Seriously, get up. In the future, don't kneel for no reason. This Palace Lord doesn't like it, Ling Xiao scolded, then continued. All right, since you can trust this Palace Lord, then follow this Palace Lord from now on. This Palace Lord will definitely not mistreat you. Thank you, Palace Lord. The father and daughter both kowtowed to Ling Xiao before standing up. Ling Xiao had no choice but to accept their kowtow. This could be considered as taking the father and daughter as his servants. The people of the Tian family stepped forward to greet Ling Xiao with respectful words. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's strength and knew that Ling Xiao was no ordinary holy emperor. Perhaps he was the young palace lord of some powerful faction. Otherwise, why would he call himself Palace Lord? Thinking that their Tian family would be able to latch onto a powerful force as a hindrance, their hearts were extremely excited. All right, we can't keep delaying like this. Now that the Xiao family's people are dead, they're definitely scared out of their wits and won't dare to come again. Send someone to take this consort to them. Once I've captured all of their holy emperor, your Tian family will appear and capture them all in one fell swoop. We'll confiscate the Xiao family's property, said Ling Xiao. All right, thank you, Palace Master Ling Yue will bring you there now. Tian Yue said excitedly. No need. As the head of the family, it's best for you to stay here. Ling Xiao refused. In the end, another low-level holy emperor of the Tian family took Ling Xiao to the Xiao family. Palace Lord Ling, that's the Xiao family's territory. Tian Yukai pointed ahead and said. Ling Xiao looked down at the jade buildings in front of him and sighed inwardly. A mere overlord of a town has been built so well. It seems like I'll have to rebuild an even more glorious, proud, smiling palace in the heaven region in the future. At that time, I'll bring Yun and the others over. Sigh, I wonder how they're doing now. Or you, how dare you fly in the Xiao family's territory? Are you tired of living? A dozen mystic the arch martial artists rushed out of the Xiao family's territory, and one of them shouted. Not only am I going to fly in the Xiao family's territory, but I'm also going to flatten your territory. Ling Xiao shouted. He thought of his lovers far away in the Xianling continent, and his heart was filled with frustration. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. Ling Xiao waved his hand casually, and a huge palm smashed down like the heavens and the earth, turning the dozen mystic thearchs in front of him into a pool of blood. The powerful shockwave attracted the attention of many experts of the Xiao family. Or you, how dare you kill people of my Xiao family? Are you tired of living? A saint took the lead and rushed out as he shouted. Stop saying such clichés. I am tired of living. Come and kill me. Ling Xiao said, and a dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. The martial artists who had not neared were all killed by the shockwave. Tian Yukai saw this scene and jumped in fright. He thought to himself, this Palace Lord Ling is really scary. Rumble! Rumble! Ling Xiao started a massacre, and waves of frightening energy exploded in the sky above the Xiao family's territory. The Xiao family's 10,000-hectare mansion was completely destroyed by these attacks. If not for the fact that some of the important mansions had defensive formations, this place would have been flattened. Even so, many people in the Xiao family had already been injured and killed. Screams and screams rang out incessantly. Damned bastard, how dare he bully the Xiao family? Everyone kill him. As the head of the family, Xiao thought that the Tian family had come to attack. He immediately shouted and led a large group of experts out to fight. However, he was stunned when he saw that there was only one young man attacking. Such a huge commotion had actually been caused by one person. It was enough to show how frightening his strength was. Why do you want to attack the Xiao family? Xiao asked Ling Xiao as he attacked. I said that the Xiao family is a tycoon here, so I came to steal some Xian crystals. I believe you won't mind. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Palace Lord Ling, quickly kill him. He is the head of the Xiao family, Xiaocha. He is only stalling for time. Tian Yukai shouted. Sir, I don't know how much the Tian family has given you. The Xiao family is willing to pay twice the price, as long as you don't help the Tian family. Xiao said temptingly. You really think highly of me. I want all the properties of the Xiao family. Are you willing to give them to me? Ling Xiao joked. He didn't care what tricks the Xiao family had up their sleeves. Could it be that he didn't have any? As long as you have the ability, then there's no harm in giving them to you. An old voice came from not far away. A dozen figures swept over at the same time. These people were actually all at the level of the holy emperors. Tian Youcai's expression changed. They had originally estimated that the Xiao family only had 10 holy emperors at most, but Ling Xiao had killed quite a few of them. Now there were still more than a dozen of them. This number was far beyond their imagination. He was worried about whether or not Ling Xiao could resist them. Old master, quickly kill this little bastard. He is the reinforcement that the Tian family invited. The subordinate sword is still in their hands. I just sent Elder Fong to the Tian family to ask for him, but he didn't return. It seems that Elder Fong has also been killed. Xiao said to the old man who was the leader. Palace Lord Ling, we should leave quickly. Tian Yukai stepped forward and worriedly said to Ling Xiao. It's fine, it's still within the range of what we can handle. Why don't you leave first? Ling Xiao replied. Tian Yukai resolutely said, Palace Lord Ling, you are standing up for our Tian family. How can I leave first? I will stay with you and fight to the death. Then you can all die together. The people of the Tian family will die with you soon. Killing intent flashed across Xiao Taigong's eyes. Then he made a gesture, and the holy emperor who came with him attacked at the same time. More than 10 holy emperor attacked at the same time. What kind of power was that? It was as if the heavens had fallen, scaring the surrounding Xiao family members so much that their legs went soft. Tian Yukai, who was in the middle of it, was also scared out of his wits. He thought to himself, it's over, it's over. However, at this moment, a hand was placed on his body and pulled him far away, out of the range of these attacks. Old Yi, it's time for you to make a move, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, a giant-like man appeared next to Ling Xiao. Tian Yukai looked at this towering man and suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him, almost making him breathless. He didn't understand how Ling Xiao suddenly got reinforcements. Kill these people, same old rules. Let's see who writes faster. Ling Xiao pointed at the holy emperor of the Xiao family. Good, this time you're the one who loses. Buddy, come out and kill the enemies together. Xin Yi laughed wildly and summoned the earth-spiked dragon. Damn it, how could I forget that this guy has an earth-spiked dragon? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and took the initiative to attack first. Invincible fist intent shot out, and a mountain-like fist aura smashed towards the holy emperor of the Xiao family. On the other side, Xin Yi and the earth-spiked dragon also attacked at the same time. Earth-spiked dragon, it should be at the peak of the 9th order. Everyone, use your full strength to kill them, don't give them a chance. Grand Elder Zhao's vision was extraordinary, and he immediately recognized the earth-spiked dragon. At the same time, he was shocked and scared. One should know that the earth-spiked dragon's defense was famous for being strong, and ordinary holy weapons could not break through its defense at all. The holy emperor of the Xiao family summoned his spiritual beasts to attack together. However, they couldn't stop the powerful combination of 2 people and 1 beast. Ling Zhao's combat power was at its peak, and his defense was naturally at its peak. He was immune to ordinary attacks. His invincible fist intent was as powerful as the sky, and a low-level holy emperor who was closest to him couldn't even withstand a single punch from him, and he immediately exploded and died. So weak, is this also the strength of the holy emperor? Ling Xiao sneered, and like a ghost, he circled behind the person who ambushed him, and with a series of kicks, the person was directly kicked into meat paste. On the other side, Xianxia hadn't yet comprehended the fist intent that Ling Xiao had taught him, but even a peak holy emperor couldn't withstand his brute force, not to mention that there was no peak holy emperor here. One punch killed one person, and blood splattered everywhere. The earth spike dragon hated ordinary humans to the extreme, and it directly swallowed the Xiao family's people, making them feel even more terrified. The holy emperor of the Xiao family couldn't even resist for a quarter of an hour, and they were directly killed by Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Tian Yukai was still in a daze, and his eyes were wide open. Quickly go back and take your Tian family's people here, the Xiao family is already gone. Ling Xiao said to Tian Yukai. Tian Yukai came back to his senses, and after bowing to Ling Xiao and Xianxia, he hurriedly returned to his family and brought people to destroy the Xiao family. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Xianxia, "Old Yi, have you ever thought of becoming an overlord yourself?" Xianxia shook his head. "I just want to get more seal-breaking heavenly water as soon as possible and bring my people back to the heaven realm. And I understand your thoughts, but your people's strength shouldn't be as strong as yours. If you don't have a safe place for them to live, I'm afraid that one day they will also be bullied by others, or even killed." Ling Xiao said, "Boss is right, then what do you think I should do?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I've established a force in the past called the Proud Smiling Palace, and I want to make it famous in the heaven realm." Ling Xiao's dragon eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1073. Boss, you want to establish a force? Although Xianxia wasn't very smart, Ling Xiao had made it so clear that he understood Ling Xiao's intentions. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. "Where there are people, there will be fights. Whoever is stronger will be the overlord. Only when we become the overlord of a region and are respected or feared by others will the people around us have a better place to live and develop. Otherwise, even if you bring your clansmen back to the heaven domain, they'll still be bullied and humiliated. It's better to stay in the banished land and live happily." Xianxia thought about it for a while before replying seriously, "Boss, you're right. Right now, I'm willing to follow you and listen to your orders. I just want to give my clansmen a place to rest in the future." Ling Xiao patted Xianxuya's shoulder and said, "You're my brother, so your clansmen are my clansmen. There's nothing to say." He paused for a moment before continuing, "From what I know, your barbarian clan is also an ancient clan in the heaven domain. Have you never thought about returning?" When Ling Xiao was in the Zhang family, he had crammed a lot of knowledge about the heaven domain. He knew that there were many ancient clans in the heaven domain. These clans were once powerful, and were still famous even today. The barbarian clan was one of the ancient clans. They had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian king, and they were born with the power to pick up mountains. Xianxia was one of the descendants of the barbarian clan. Now that he had returned to the heaven domain, it was reasonable to say that it was most suitable for him to return to the barbarian clan. This was why Ling Xiao had asked this question. Xianxia revealed a bitter expression. "If I could return to the barbarian clan, I would have thought of a way to do so a long time ago. It's just that my ancestors were all exiled because their bloodline became diluted, and they couldn't use brute force anymore. Later on, there were some descendants who activated their bloodline and were raised in hopes that we could return to the barbarian clan. Although I'm powerful now, compared to the barbarian clan in the heaven domain, I'm still far from it. Unless I can become a divine king, perhaps I'll go there, but I don't have any familial ties with them anymore, and I don't want to go there." Ling Xiao nodded after hearing this. "That's true. Although your clansmen can't activate their bloodline, it's not their fault. It's indeed wrong to exile them. In the future, when you become a divine king, wouldn't it be great to be a barbarian king?" "Boss is right. However, I'll still go to the barbarian clan in the future. I'll definitely go to the clan and take back the glory for my clansmen. Xiao Yi said confidently. Commendable courage, commendable courage. Ling Xiao praised. The Xiao clan was destroyed in a single breath. Who would have thought that a clan that was as powerful as the sun would be wiped out just like that? The originally declining Tian clan actually rebounded and chased the Xiao clan down from their pedestal. They took over all of the Xiao clan's businesses and regained their position as the #1 clan in Xianxia town. The other clans didn't dare to act rashly. They weren't as powerful as the Xiao clan, so they didn't dare to fight with the Tian clan. The clans that had offended the Tian clan in the past were all terrified, afraid that the Tian clan would cause trouble for them. At the same time, many clans prepared generous gifts and sent them to the Tian clan, intending to mend their relationship. In an instant, the Tian family became bustling with noise and excitement. As the Tian clan's most respected guest, Ling Xiao naturally didn't need to pay attention to these things. He helped the Tian clan only because of Old Man Tian. After all, they were the family of his servant, so it was only right for him to help. However, although the Tian clan had taken over the Xiao clan's businesses, it would be difficult for them to maintain it for long with their current strength. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to refine some pills for them to help the Tian family. When Xianyu Yi, Old Man Tian, and Tian Jai heard that Ling Xiao wanted to refine pills, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Xianyu Yi asked, "Boss, you really know how to refine pills?" "Fuck, didn't this consort tell you long ago that I'm a great saint master? In the near future, becoming a divine alchemist will be a piece of cake," Ling Xiao said to Xianyu Yi in an extremely displeased manner. "Ha, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Boss, you're not even 60 years old yet. You're so young and promising, but you're actually a great saint master? That's something I can't believe." Xianyu Yi laughed foolishly. Old Man Tian and Tian Jai also had the same expression, clearly thinking that Ling Xiao was just bragging. Ling Xiao took a blow and immediately shouted, "Today, I'll let you have a good look at this consort's peerless talent." Following that, Ling Xiao had Old Man Tian go to the Tian clan to ask for spirit herbs and beast cores. The Tian clan had just wiped out the Xiao clan, and they themselves were a clan that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao didn't dare to refine pills in the Tian clan, so he flew to the wilderness outside of River Town and opened up a secluded cave to refine pills. This was the first time Xianyu Yi, Old Man Tian, and Tian Jai saw Ling Xiao refine pills. Looking at his smooth movements and the focused expression on his face, they knew that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist. There are countless extraordinary people in this world, but this is the first time I've seen someone as abnormal as Boss. Xianyu Yi couldn't help but sigh. "Master Xinyu, what's so special about the palace lord?" Tian Jai asked in confusion. Many alchemists in this world had extraordinary abilities. Tian Jai respected Ling Xiao, but at the same time, she wanted to know more about him, so she asked this question. Not only has Boss cultivated multiple attributes to perfection, but he's also a great saint alchemist. Isn't that amazing enough? Not to mention, he's not even 100 years old. It's probably hard to find another freakish genius like him in the heaven realm. This time, we followed the right person. I believe that Boss will definitely become an invincible divine monarch in the future. Xianyu Yi revealed a look of longing. After hearing this, Old Man Tian and Tian Jai's mouths were wide open, and their eyes were filled with worship. Tian Jai's beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of affection. Although she was the #1 beauty of Jiangshui town, she was also a person with feelings. As the daughter of the #1 family since she was young, her standards were very high, and she looked down on all the young geniuses in the town. But Ling Xiao was much younger than she was, and yet he was already so outstanding. She felt more respect for him, and also a bit of love for him. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't only her father's benefactor, but also her Tian family's benefactor. With such a handsome and capable appearance, any woman would be charmed by him. Such a peerless genius, it's worth it for me, Tian Jai, to be his servant. Tian Jai smiled faintly as she thought to herself. For the next few days, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in this part of the world. The terrifying might of the heavens made people feel abnormally insignificant and regretful. Ling Xiao placed a few holy emperor pills and a dozen or so saint pills into Old Man Tian's hands. From now on, you'll be following me. Give these pills to your clansmen, they should be able to develop in Jiangshui town with peace of mind. Many thanks, Palace Lord. Old Man Tian was so moved that he wanted to kneel down to Ling Xiao, but he was forcefully stopped by Ling Xiao. There's no need to say anything. I, Ling Xiao, will not mistreat any of my brothers and friends who follow me, Ling Xiao said. At this time, Xianxia came over with a sinister smile. B-boss, can you also refine some pills for me? Old Yi, just tell me what pills you want. As long as you can name it, I'll refine it for you. Ling Xiao patted his chest heroically. Xianxia immediately replied happily, many thanks, boss. Then you can also refine some holy emperor pills and saint pills for me. That's no problem, I still have a few. It's just that with your strength, you don't need these pills at all, right? Ling Xiao replied. It's not for me, I'm planning to leave them for my clansmen. I'm afraid these won't be enough. You can refine 1,000 or a few hundred for me, I don't ask for much. Xianxia rubbed his hands together and smiled. When Ling Xiao heard this, his face turned green. He kicked Xianxia and scolded, why don't you go rob someone? After returning to the Tian family, Tian Yue and the others received the pills that Ling Xiao gave them, and they all cried tears of joy. With this batch of pills, it wouldn't be difficult for the Tian family to rise again. The Tian family treated Ling Xiao like a god and were deeply grateful to him. Ling Xiao wasn't used to being pestered like this, so he asked Old Man Tian to stop the Tian family for him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to his room to rest, Tian Jia called out to him. Ling Xiao turned around to look at the lovely Tian Jia, and it was as if he could see Ji Beixin's shadow. Both of them were dressed in white, and their hair flowed down like a waterfall. Their eyes were bright, and their teeth were white. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a daze, Tian Jia couldn't help feeling pleased in her heart. My disguise wasn't in vain. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and asked, what's the matter, Miss Tian? Palace Mistress, please call me by my name, Tian Jia replied with a terrified expression. Following that, she blushed and said, this servant is here to help Palace Mistress bathe and change your clothes. That's fine. I'm used to bathing myself. Furthermore, there's no need for you to call yourself a servant. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who abuses others. Your father and I can be considered friends despite the difference in age. If you're only following me to repay a debt of gratitude, then there's no need. How about you stay at home? There won't be any good days if you follow me, said Ling Xiao after a moment's hesitation. He had already passed the age of being obsessed with beautiful women. Right now, all he wanted to do was find the person he wanted to find as soon as possible, then find a place to settle down and bring his family over to live with him. No, Palace Mistress, you saved my father and my Tian family. This servant swears to forever serve Palace Mistress. Could it be that Palace Mistress dislikes me? Tian Jia's expression was incomparably firm. At the same time, tears of grievance appeared in her eyes. Jia, you've misunderstood. It's fine for you to follow me, but I've never thought of treating you like servants. In the future, if you feel that I've mistreated you, you can leave, explained Ling Xiao. I know that Palace Mistress is good, so Jia wants to serve Palace Mistress even more. Palace Mistress, please don't refuse, said Tian Jia. Chapter 1074. Tian Jia was an irresistible beauty. But tonight, Ling Xiao still rejected her at the door. Not for anything else, but because he and Old Man Tian had gone through thick and thin together, he didn't want to ruin someone else's daughter like this. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves beauty, and there is a way to go about it. This is immoral behavior. While Ling Xiao was taking a bath in his room, he heard the sound of a lute playing from outside. The melody was sweet and moving, and people who heard it couldn't help but praise it. This girl's music is no worse than Exin airs. Ling Xiao agreed in his heart. The night passed without words, and only the endless beautiful lute melody could be heard. Ling Xiao had left the Zhang family for many days, and it was time for him to return. However, Ling Xiao had already planned to stay at the Zhang family for a few months at most. When he had enough mysterious crystals, he would start looking for his master, and then find a way to go to the Lotus sect to see if he could see Yun Mingqi. The next day, under the repeated persuasion of the Tian family, Ling Xiao left resolutely. However, Ling Xiao didn't take Old Man Tian and Tian Jia with him. Old Man Tian had just returned, and it was only right for him to have a chat with his clansmen. Moreover, he would leave the Zhang family in the future, so he could find them and leave together. A few days later, Ling Xiao returned to the outskirts of Stone Sky City. Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the city, a figure blocked in front of Ling Xiao. "Elder Ling, leave quickly, the Gao family wants to kill you." Chai Guan rushed in front of Ling Xiao to warn him. "What a joke, our Zhang family is the #1 family in Stone Sky City, why should we be afraid of the Gao family?" Ling Xiao responded with a cold smile. He was already on guard, and at the same time, he felt many powerful auras coming from all directions. "Elder Ling, you can't be leaving, right? The Gao family has already reached an agreement with the Zhang family. You have been expelled from the Zhang family, and are no longer an elder of the Zhang family. Your life and death have nothing to do with the Zhang family." Chai Guan bit his lip and said, "What? Patriarch really said that?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. Although he would leave the Zhang family sooner or later, now he was abandoned by others in advance. That feeling was really not very good. "Let's go, the Gao family will be here soon." Chai Guan urged again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "We can't leave, they're already here." "Chai Guan, you'll have to suffer this time." Chai Guan shook his head. "The Gao family won't kill me. I'm still a member of the Zhang family." That's right. If he's from the Zhang family, we won't kill him. But if he's not from the Zhang family and is an enemy of our Gao family, we naturally won't let him go." A cold laugh rang out, and a dozen holy emperors surrounded Ling Xiao. The speaker was a peak holy emperor. Ling Xiao looked around at these people. There were 16 of them. 6 of them were high-level holy emperor, while the rest were mid-level holy emperor. With such strength, they should be the top elites of the Gao family. It seemed that the Gao family had put in enough capital in order to take his life. "Your Gao family is really shameless. In the prison arena, you violated the rules, and now you want to kill me. How magnanimous." Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. My Gao family's genius was killed by a damned commoner like you. Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you must die." The leader of the peak holy emperor coldly snorted, then he said, "Let me ask you, did you kill Gauda and the others?" "Who is Gauda? I only remember killing a few dogs that barked at me." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "How dare you? Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Kill this brat for me." The peak holy emperor shouted fiercely. "All right, in that case, I will establish my authority in Stone Sky City today. Let's see who dares to take my life in the future." Ling Xiao shouted heroically, and his aura instantly soared. When Ling Xiao was in the prison arena, he wanted to win 100 battles in a row to let people know of his name, Ling Xiao. After he defeated Xin Yuyi, he changed his strategy. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This principle was very easy to understand. Ling Xiao did not want to attract so much attention when he just arrived in the central region. If he offended a divine king, it would not be worth it. Now, the Zhang family was willing to sell him out for benefits, and the Gao family wanted his life again. If he did not establish his authority, there would be endless troubles coming to him. In that case, he might as well kill all the people from the Gao family and let them know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. During his time in the Zhang family, Ling Xiao had a general understanding of the major forces in Stone Sky City. There was no divine king in the Gao family, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Ling Xiao used his full strength. With the golden dragon spear in his hand, he took the lead and attacked the peak holy emperor. The peak holy emperor did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to attack first. He had nothing to be afraid of. A large saber appeared in his hand, and his aura reached its peak. He slashed out countless saber lights towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon spear collided with the opponent's large saber, and sparks flew. Ling Xiao thought that he could destroy the opponent's weapon first, but the opponent's large saber seemed to be extraordinary. He actually failed to destroy it. At this time, the other high-ranking holy emperors of the Gao family also joined the battle. They locked onto Ling Xiao's figure and attacked Ling Xiao together. They were all first-class experts in Stone Sky City, and they had a good understanding of each other. With so many forces attacking at the same time, it seemed like the sky was going to fall. All kinds of spatial forces collided with each other, making earth-shattering sounds. Ling Xiao was attacked from both sides. Even if he was extremely fast, it was difficult for him to escape the blockade. All these forces bombarded him. Although his physical body was monstrous, if he were to take on the joint attack of these 6 people, he was afraid that even if he did not die, he would only live for half a day. However, Ling Xiao had decided to fight with all his strength. Naturally, he did not hold anything back. The spiritual doppelganger in the Sea of Mind immediately appeared. The strength of the spiritual doppelganger was much stronger than Ling Xiao's real body. It blocked most of the power, while Ling Xiao's real body bore the rest. "Let's kill to our heart's content today." The 2 Ling Xiaos shouted at the same time and attacked in 2 different directions. Ling Xiao's real body held the golden dragon spear and used the tyrant dragon spear mantra. Its power was not inferior to any peak holy emperor. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's spiritual doppelganger used the 9 suns sky-burning fist. Waves of invincible fist will surged out, as if it wanted to destroy the heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble. The terrible sound of battle did not stop, shaking the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles outside the city. Suddenly, a few pools of blood splattered, and many broken limbs fell to the ground. They saw that 4 of the holy emperor of the Gao family, who had just joined forces to attack Ling Xiao, had died. This scene shocked the middle-ranking holy emperors of the Gao family who did not participate in the battle. He was fighting 6 high-ranking holy emperors alone, and in just a few blinks of an eye, 4 of them had died. How terrifying was this strength? Why are there 2 of them? What is going on? The peak high-ranking holy emperor was stunned. He felt that these 2 Ling Xiaos had bodies of flesh and blood. They did not seem like spiritual doppelgangers at all. Moreover, their combat strength was even more terrifying. The fist will that came from the fist almost shook the demigod weapon in his hand out of his hand. "Whoever wants my life, Ling Xiao, will pay 100 times the price." Ling Xiao shouted. The golden dragon spear spun and flashed, and many spear shadows flew towards a high-ranking holy emperor who was scared out of his wits. Countless peerless true dragons roared incessantly, drowning that person within. The person struggled to block Ling Xiao's attack, but a fiery finger light suddenly came from behind, directly piercing his defense and passing through his body. The fiery light lingered on his body and instantly turned into a raging fire, burning him to ashes. The peak holy emperor was immediately sweating. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so abnormal. They had all seen Ling Xiao's performance in the prison arena. Although he had the ability to fight above his level, he was not necessarily stronger than the peak holy emperor. Moreover, now that the 6 of them had attacked together, several people had died in just a few moments. This was simply too difficult to accept. The peak holy emperor finally realized that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength in the prison arena. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly kill him!" The peak holy emperor shouted at the other mid-level holy emperors. The mid-level holy emperors reacted and summoned their spiritual beasts to attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. However, at this moment, a masked man appeared beside Ling Xiao, as well as a ferocious earth-spike dragon. The man and beast struck out at the same time, blasting the mid-stage Saint Kings into a mess. A large number of them died or were injured. The peak holy emperor was beaten by Ling Xiao's divine soul until he kept swallowing blood. However, he was also amazing. He actually took advantage of the situation and retreated, not planning to stay to fight anymore. "Ling Xiao, don't be too proud. Our Gao family will not let you go." The peak holy emperor left behind ruthless words. I don't know if your Gao family will let me go or not. I only know that I will not let you go now. Ling Xiao sneered and gathered all the power in his body on his finger. A ray of light caught up with the peak Holy Emperor with unparalleled speed, directly piercing through his body and exploding. A large pool of blood continuously scattered outside the city gate, causing many of the peerless experts who were watching the battle to exclaim endlessly. On the other side, Xinyu Yi was swinging his divine axe, while the Earth Spike Dragon was also extremely bloodthirsty. The mid-level Holy Emperors were smashed to pieces. This is great. Old Yi, let's set up an arena today. Let's see if the Gao family dares to accept our challenge. Us brothers swear to defeat them all. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Then he shouted towards the city, Today I, Ling Xiao, challenge everyone in the Gao family. If you have the guts, come out and accept my challenge. I, Ling Xiao, will accept your challenge. You cowards from the Gao family, it's fine if you can't afford to lose in the prison arena, but you actually sent people to kill me. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a weakling? It doesn't matter if you're shameless. Today I, Ling Xiao, will play with you. Let's see if you're too shameless to accept my challenge. Boss, what if they're really too shameless to accept my challenge? Xinyu Yi asked from the side. Then there's nothing I can do. I can only give the title of shameless to the Gao family. Ling Xiao shrugged. Chapter 1075. Ling Xiao had single-handedly killed 6 high-grade Holy Emperor experts of the Gao family, and he even had the help of a mysterious expert. This matter immediately caused an uproar in Shitian City. Moreover, Ling Xiao had actually used heaven and earth as an arena outside the city to directly challenge everyone from the Gao family, regardless of age. He even allowed everyone from the Gao family to fight together. On the city wall, a Holy Emperor commander revealed a look of reverence and murmured, This Ling Xiao is really too powerful. Unless those forces come out, who would dare to fight him alone? Another person beside him nodded and said, Yes, this kind of monster is too terrifying. I heard that he won 20 consecutive victories in the prison arena and killed Gao Zhan and Man Lunatic. I already thought that he was very powerful, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really an eye-opener. Within the city, the sounds of discussions about Ling Xiao and the Gao family filled the air. There's going to be a good show to watch. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to set up an arena outside the city to challenge everyone from the Gao family. This kind of courage is really a role model for our generation. Who said it wasn't? The Gao family really went too far this time. They were the ones who interfered in the prison arena, and now they've sent people to kill him. They've really lost the people and the formation. I'm afraid they'll even lose their entire family business. Wasn't that Ling Xiao hired as an outer elder by the Zhang family? Why didn't the Zhang family respond? The Zhang family probably thinks that he's a lowly commoner. I heard that the city lord brought an inner elder of the Green Moon Palace over to recommend Ling Xiao to the Green Moon Palace as an inner disciple. It's just that Ling Xiao cultivates multiple attributes and it's difficult for him to break through to the God King realm. It's probably because of this that the Zhang family thinks that Ling Xiao is an insignificant person. Even if he becomes a God King, once he becomes a high-grade Holy Emperor, it won't be a problem for him to become the #1 person below the God King realm. This is also a rare talent. Inside the Zhang family, Zhang Lianhua angrily found her father, Zhang Zhenhua, and shouted, Daddy, why did you kick Ling Xiao out of the Zhang family? You didn't even discuss this with me. What did you receive from the Gao family? Zhang Zhenhua smiled and said, My dear daughter, what's wrong with you? That Ling Xiao is just an outer court elder. Although he has some strength, he is not worthy of our protection. The Gao family paid a heavy price to take his life, and I am just doing them a favor at little cost. Father, why are you so muddle-headed? Zhang Lianhua said indignantly. Zhang Zhenhua frowned and said, What's wrong? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that kid? This isn't like you. No one knew a daughter better than her father. Zhang Zhenhua knew very well what kind of personality Zhang Lianhua had. In the past, the men that his daughter had taken a fancy to would definitely be dumped by her in less than a month. He didn't think that Zhang Lianhua really liked Ling Xiao. Zhang Lianhua angrily stomped her feet and said, "Do you know what Ling Xiao did outside? What else could he have done? Wasn't he surrounded by the Gao family? Was he captured or killed?" Zhang Zhenhua asked in response. "That's right. He was surrounded by the Gao family, but he killed all of them. Moreover, he set up an arena outside the city and challenged everyone from the Gao family," Zhang Lianhua said. "What? Did the Gao family only send a few small fries?" Zhang Zhenhua exclaimed. "What small fries? They sent Gao Long, the peak holy emperor, as well as 5 high-tier holy emperors and 10 mid-tier holy emperors. However, they failed to kill him and were all killed instead. You should know how powerful Ling Xiao is now. Even if he can't become a divine king in the future, he will definitely be able to do as he pleases in Stone Sky City. No one can stop him. Father, if you expel him from our Zhang family, it will only bring us harm. If he is recruited by another family, it will be our loss. Moreover, he will definitely bear a grudge against our Zhang family," Zhang Lianhua explained. After hearing this, Zhang Zhenhua's expression became a little awkward. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao was just a lowly commoner. Although he had some strength, he had no future to speak of. A few days ago, the Gao family had sent people to give the Zhang family many good things in order to let the Zhang family stay out of the matter of Ling Xiao. Zhang Zhenhua had agreed without thinking. Now that he heard his daughter's words, he really regretted it. However, as the head of the family, he naturally would not admit his mistake for an outsider. It's fine that Ling Xiao escaped the encirclement, but he actually dared to set up a ring to challenge the Gao family. Does he really think that the Gao family is a vegetarian? Zhang Zhenhua said disdainfully. "Father, do you still look down on Ling Xiao?" This time, he went out to find a friend. That friend's protective spirit beast is a peak 9th rank Earth Spike Dragon. Without a demigod, I'm afraid that the Gao family can't do anything to them. Zhang Lianhua said. "So what? Don't tell me that you want me to apologize to Ling Xiao and let him return to the Zhang family? That's impossible." Zhang Zhenhua said. Zhang Lianhua knew that it was useless to say anything more. She could only stomp her feet and leave the house, flying out of the city. At this time, in the Gao family, the higher-ups of the Gao family had called for an emergency meeting. The Gao family's patriarch, Gao Chang, was infuriated and smashed a jade cup onto the ground. "Preposterous! Do you think that our Gao family has no one left? Where are Gao Shen and Gao Man? Follow me and behead that little thief. Head, you must not do that. Even Elder Gao Long was killed by that bastard. If we attack recklessly, he will definitely kill us one by one." A high-rank holy emperor advised. "Do you want the Gao family to go all out? How will others look at the Gao family?" Gao Chang said angrily. "Patriarch, I think we should invite a few old holy emperors. With their combined strength, it won't be a problem to take down that Ling Xiao. The key is that the helper by his side is also very powerful, and there's also a peak stage 9 Earth Spike Dragon. Without a semi-divine weapon, it will be difficult to harm it in the slightest." Another person said. "That's a good idea. Other than inviting a few old holy emperors out, we also need the 8 holy emperors who cultivate the inescapable snare formation to take action. If they join forces, their power will not be any weaker than the old holy emperors," Gao Chang ordered. However, at this time, a saint hurriedly ran in from outside and shouted, reporting to the patriarch, the eldest young miss and the 4th young master personally brought people to find that Ling Xiao. "Well, why didn't you stop them? Send someone to catch up to them. We can't let them do whatever they want." Gao Chang paled. Outside the south gate of Stone Heaven City, many holy emperor experts had already gathered. They stood on the city wall and looked at the handsome, majestic, and domineering young man in the distance. Their eyes were filled with respect. He actually dared to challenge a large family by himself. This was a magnificent feat that few people had dared to do since ancient times. However, whether Ling Xiao won or lost this battle, Ling Xiao would be recorded in the history books. As the city lord, Guanzhong was also standing among them, But he sighed in his heart, will he always be the number one person below the God King? I think senior brother is going to make a mistake this time. At this time, dozens of powerful auras flew out from the city. A delicate voice rang out, lowly Ling Xiao, you dare to bully my Gao family? This young lady has personally come to tear you into 1,000 pieces and take revenge for my brother Jean. As the voice fell, a long whip that was like a spirit snake lashed towards Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao used form transposition, causing the whip to only hit his afterimage. He saw the person clearly. It turned out to be a beautiful woman in her 30s. She wore a purple satin shirt that made her look mature and alluring. Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent, causing Ling Xiao to temporarily lose the mood to appreciate it. This woman was Gao Chang's daughter, Gao Yanhong. She was a mid-stage holy emperor, good at using long whips, and her spirit beast was a rank 9 firecloud fox. Is there no one else in the Gao family? They even sent out a woman. Ling Xiao looked at Gao Yanhong and the others with contempt. Sister, don't do anything. Wait for me to take down this lowly commoner. A man beside Gao Yanhong snorted coldly. He wielded a spear and charged towards Ling Xiao with his spirit beast. The Gao family's guards were watching closely to prevent their fourth young master from getting hurt. With your strength, I'll kill as many as you come, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The golden dragon spear in his hand smashed towards the man. Clang. The man's spear was directly broken by Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. The spear's handle smashed into his face, killing him on the spot. Fourth brother! Gao Yanhong shouted and attacked Ling Xiao again. Her firecloud fox was extremely fast. As it spat out flames, it clawed at Ling Xiao. The Gao family's people didn't dare to let Gao Yanhong fight alone again. They ordered them to use all their killing moves against Ling Xiao. You bunch, pretend I don't exist. Xin Yuyi shouted angrily. He brandished his axes and charged towards the Gao family's people with his earth spike dragon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sounds of battle rang out incessantly, destroying everything below them. What's so great about women? I'll even kill women. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to get entangled with Gao Yanhong. He grabbed her whip with one hand and pulled her over. The golden dragon spear stabbed mercilessly towards her abdomen. Gao Yanhong was shocked. She immediately let go of her whip and retreated. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let her go. His figure flashed again, and the spear stabbed forward tyrannically. Thief, you dare? A cry of shock rang out. A terrifying force came from another direction and knocked away Ling Xiao's spear. Gao Yanhong dodged the attack. On the other side, she kept patting her heaving chest. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. However, at this moment, a sharp pain came from behind her. She screamed and looked at the spear that had already pierced through her body. A look of despair appeared on her face. I rarely kill women. If you want to blame someone, blame your Gao family for being my enemy, Ling Xiao said as he flung Gao Yanhong's corpse away. What a vicious thief. Today either you die or I die. The high-grade holy emperor who had come with Gao Yanhong and the others roared and attacked Ling Xiao with all his might. However, Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy now. He relied on his unparalleled speed to dodge the attack. Wind God's kick kicked out waves of baleful aura towards that person. Chapter 1076. Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, and the power of each kick was extremely terrifying. The high-grade holy emperor didn't have an abnormal defense like Xin Yuyi, and he was directly kicked by Ling Xiao until his entire body was covered in afterimages. The waves of baleful death qi directly corroded the high-grade holy emperor's skin and flesh, causing him to die amidst the screams of the thorns. In the end, not even a single bone was left. Ling Xiao was in high spirits, and he directly ignored the attacks of the Gao family's ordinary holy emperor and holy experts. The golden dragon spear in his hands was like a ruler, casually blasting out terrifying attacks, killing them all. The combination of Xin Yuyi and the Earth Spike Dragon was also quite terrifying. Even a peak holy emperor couldn't withstand a single blow from them. The spectators on the city wall couldn't help but cry out when they saw this one-sided situation. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being someone who has been to the arena. Such decisive killing methods are truly an eye-opener. Even if the Gao family takes down Ling Xiao this time, they'll probably have to pay a heavy price. Who said it wasn't? The helper by Ling Xiao's side is also extremely terrifying, but I feel that his figure is a bit similar to Man Lunatic. If I hadn't seen Man Lunatic die with my own eyes, I would definitely have thought that it was him. No matter how powerful they are, I'm afraid that after today, they will all die. The Gao family doesn't just have this little trump card, and there will definitely be some old farts coming out. Who knows, they might even have some shocking trump card. At that time, only death awaits them. In a corner of the city wall, Xianxia, Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Sha Tian were also watching Ling Xiao's merciless slaughter. I want to help my husband. Seeing that Ling Xiao was alone, Yuro Fei couldn't help but want to go and help. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly pulled her back and said, "Ro Fei, you can't be reckless. With Xiao's strength, you can still handle it. Moreover, I understand his character, he will never fight a battle that he is not confident in. But he's challenging a force. If they send a few hundred people, how can he handle it?" Yuro Fei said worriedly. "That won't happen. There are so many powers in Stone Heaven City, and there will be enemies between them. If they send so many people to kill Xiao, others will definitely take advantage of the situation. The Gao family won't take such a risk," Feng Qingyuan replied. Xian Yao nodded and replied, "Senior Feng is right. We can only wait and see. We can't join the battle or reveal our identities. We have to trust the palace master completely." Although that was what he said, he was actually sweating on behalf of Ling Xiao in his heart. He thought to himself, Palace Master is taking such a risk this time. Doesn't he know that there are terrifying existences hidden everywhere in the heaven realm? I hope that he can turn this disaster into a blessing. The dozens of people who came out from Gao Zhan's group were all killed by Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi in less than a quarter of an hour. The stench of blood permeated the air outside the city. The ground was covered with scarlet and sinister blood and countless severed limbs. It was a disgusting sight. "Boss, didn't we go too far this time? The Gao family is not a small family." Xin Yuyi approached Ling Xiao and asked. He had arrived at Stone Heaven City a year earlier than Ling Xiao, so he more or less knew about the situation of some of the powers in the city. "We were going to play big in the first place. We'll use the Gao family to establish our might so that others won't dare to underestimate us," Ling Xiao replied. Xin Yuyi said, "What if they all move out? What can we do?" "The 36 stratagems, run," Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. Xin Yuyi gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "It really is a good plan. Old Yi admires you greatly." Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to fight to the death with the Gao family. He just wanted to establish his might and make these people afraid so that no one would come to bully him again. If the Gao family sent out all their experts, even if he had a soul, it would be difficult for him to escape death. At this time, many terrifying auras flew out from the city. These people were all much stronger than the ones before. There were actually 5 peak holy emperors, 8 high-stage holy emperors, and 20 mid-stage and low-stage holy emperors. It could be said that more than half of the Zhou family's top forces were here. As the old man in the lead walked, he brought with him bursts of purple lightning. His aura was extremely domineering. When these people saw the many corpses and bloodstains around Ling Xiao, they were all infuriated. The old man with the lightning attribute was one of the Gao family's great elders. His name was Gao Pinyuan. He glared at Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi and roared, "Damn lowly commoners, you're so cruel. You actually killed so many of my Gao family's disciples. Today, we'll capture you and hang you outside the city walls to whip your corpses for 100 days to vent our Gao family's hatred." "What a vicious old thief, I'm so scared." Ling Xiao patted his chest and laughed. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. "Quick, set up the inescapable snare formation and kill them for me." Gao Pinyuan couldn't be bothered to waste words with Ling Xiao. He turned to the 8 high-stage holy emperors and ordered, The 8 high-stage holy emperors received the order and immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. They were all low-stage 9th-stage golden silk spiders. What the hell? Ling Xiao became alert, and his aura continued to rise. The 8 high-stage holy emperors and the 8 golden silk spiders surrounded Ling Xiao and Xin Yi, and one of them shouted, "Set up the inescapable snare formation." As his voice fell, the 8 of them simultaneously gave an order to their golden silk spiders. The 8 golden silk spiders let out a GG sound, and golden threads that were hard to see with the naked eye quickly intertwined above Ling Xiao and Xin Yi. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he immediately said to Xin Yi, "Old Yi, quickly spread out, don't get caught by these golden threads." As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, he kicked Xin Yi, who was still in a daze, out of the encirclement of the 8 people. Ling Xiao was thrown out of the way, and the countless golden threads intertwined to form a golden net enveloped him. Ling Xiao cried out, and put away his golden dragon spear, and punched towards the golden net with his dragon fists. Raging purple flames came into contact with the golden web and began to incinerate it. However, not even the heavenly fire was able to burn through the golden threads in an instant. It had to be known that the most powerful part of these 9th-order golden silk spiders were the golden threads that they produced. Even high-grade saint artifacts could easily cut through them. Although the heavenly fire could burn anything, it couldn't burn some rare things in a short period of time. As the golden net descended towards Ling Xiao, the 8 high-stage holy emperors also acted at the same time. They unleashed a binding force, locking Ling Xiao in the middle, making it impossible for him to struggle in a short period of time. The golden net firmly bound Ling Xiao. "Boss!" Xin Yi cried out, and wanted to take the earth spike dragon to save Ling Xiao. However, at this time, Gao Pinyuan and the other peak holy emperors attacked Xin Yi and the earth spike dragon at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The people of the Gao family all used their full strength. Both humans and holy beasts attacked with their full strength, wanting to kill Xin Yi and the earth spike dragon. However, Xin Yi and the earth spike dragon's strongest point was their defense. Even with their full strength, they couldn't do much damage to them. Xin Yi roared like a wild beast, "I'll kill you all." He waved his axes and terrifying axe lights slashed out in all directions. Xin Yi's brute force was unleashed, and each of his attacks was a bit stronger than ordinary peak holy emperors. The peak holy emperors of the Gao family were forced to retreat, and 2 of them were even heavily injured. "You guys back off, let me kill him." Gao Pinyuan roared to the others, and charged towards Xin Yi with his purple dagger axe. Suddenly, the power of lightning descended from the sky and attached to Gao Pinyuan's body. At the same time, Gao Pinyuan's strength increased greatly. He swung his purple dagger axe towards Xin Yi, and purple snakes bit him. His protective spirit beast, Thunder Snake, and other holy beasts surrounded the earth spike dragon. Xin Yi's defense was amazing, but he was still electrocuted by Gao Pinyuan's power. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to anyone, but lightning attacks were always the most powerful attack in the world. Gao Pinyuan's strength was also above his, so he couldn't break through Gao Pinyuan's attack. However, he didn't think that he would lose to Gao Pinyuan. With his brute force, Gao Pinyuan would be killed. However, he was extremely anxious about Ling Xiao's situation. Yuro Fei, who was on top of the city wall, saw Ling Xiao's situation and almost couldn't help but attack. "Don't worry, mistress. The palace master has the help of heavenly fire. He can definitely break through the defense. We can't expose ourselves right now, or the palace master will be in even more danger," Xianxia advised. If Ling Xiao suddenly had a helper, the Gao family would definitely attack at all costs. At that time, who knew what kind of situation they would be in? On Ling Xiao's side, he was trapped by the golden net and was attacked by the others at the same time. His body was in great pain, and his internal organs showed signs of displacement. Among them, 2 holy emperors slashed towards Ling Xiao's head with holy weapons, wanting to end Ling Xiao's life. The people on top of the city wall thought that Ling Xiao was dead. "You want to kill me, Ling Xiao? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao was very uncomfortable being tied up by the golden silk, and his whole body was covered in blood. He roared, and his godly spirit appeared in his sea of consciousness through the golden net. Ling Zhao's godly spirit danced with the 9 suns sky-burning fist, and directly sent the 2 high-level holy emperors flying. At the same time, Ling Zhao's real body continuously emitted heavenly fire, wanting to burn the golden silk as soon as possible. He was afraid that if he was a moment late, he would be torn to pieces by the 8 golden silk spiders. Countless purple flames spread in all directions along the golden silk. The other high-level holy emperors realized that the situation was not good, and they all wanted to attack Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Zhao's godly spirit was comparable to a demigod, and his combat power was not something any peak holy emperor could compare with. His invincible fist intent was even more powerful. This part of the world was shaken to the point that it was trembling nonstop. The few holy emperors who wanted to attack Ling Xiao were seriously injured and sent flying. At this time, Ling Zhao's heavenly fire followed the golden silk and burned the golden silk spiders. The golden silk could not be burned for a while, but the golden silk spiders could be easily burned to death. They were not ordinary spirit beasts. Before the heavenly fire reached them, they broke the golden silk one step in advance, and at the same time, they kept retreating to avoid being burned to death. Chapter 1077. As soon as the golden spider retreated, the golden threads on Ling Zhao's body were easily broken free. On the other side, Ling Zhao's divine soul instantly split into many clones and attacked the holy emperors. The power of his divine soul was already incomparably strong, and with the invincible fist intent, its power was unimaginable. The holy emperors didn't even have time to escape, and their bodies were all smashed to pieces. Their protective spirit beasts, the golden spider, were also killed. Everyone on the city wall watched this scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. How can there be 2 Ling Zhaos, and one is stronger than the other? Even if it's a clone, it can't be so real. I can feel that there's a flesh and blood feeling. Could they be twins? Could it be that Ling Xiao has cultivated some kind of cloning technique that allows him to fight in 2? But the clones are stronger than the real body. This is a strange thing. I don't understand. So Ling Xiao has this kind of support. No wonder he dares to challenge everyone from the Gao family. This kid is too scary. That's right. Who else could be as strong as him? I'm afraid that no one below the Holy Emperor is his opponent. Could this be a divine soul? City Lord Fan Guanzhong exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with deep surprise and doubt. He had been paying attention to the battle outside the city, especially Ling Zhao's every move. Ling Xiao was first trapped, but at the critical moment, another Ling Xiao appeared out of thin air. If it was just a clone, it would be easy to sense it because the clone's divine sense was much weaker than the real body. Moreover, it wasn't a flesh and blood body. However, when another Ling Xiao appeared, he could feel that it was very real. It was definitely a physical existence. To make a clone as solid as the physical body, one would need to reach the level of a divine king and achieve a divine soul. Only then would one have such a method. However, the divine power Ling Xiao displayed was clearly not at the divine king realm. However, under normal circumstances, no one would possess a soul in advance unless they possessed a rare constitution that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Such a constitution was known as a divine constitution, and it was equipped with the absolute advantage of becoming a god king. However, even if Ling Xiao had a divine body and a godly soul in advance, no one had ever heard of a godly soul that was several times larger than the real body. It would be amazing if the godly soul could be on par with the real body's strength. This was something that Guan Fan could not figure out. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao definitely had an innate advantage. Otherwise, how could he have achieved his current strength at such a young age? After all, Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time. Looks like senior brother is wrong this time. Not only can Ling Xiao enter the God King realm, he might even become the strongest existence in the God King realm. Fan Guanzhong said confidently. Others did not understand the reason why Ling Xiao's divine soul was so much stronger than his own strength. In fact, there were two important reasons for this. One was that Ling Xiao originally cultivated mental strength. Moreover, the unique Guiyuan divine art and the ancient emperor divine art both had auxiliary effects on the soul. Before Ling Xiao's divine soul formed, his soul doppelganger had been forged in the Sea of Lightning, and its strength had already faintly surpassed the strength of the real body. Later on, when Ling Xiao's divine soul formed, his soul doppelganger's strength had already faintly surpassed the strength of the real body. Secondly, the strength of the real body was only at the Holy Emperor realm. However, he used the soul-controlling art to refine the power of the mother fetus, and reached the divine soul realm several steps ahead of time. Moreover, he had also formed a flesh and blood divine soul, which was not surprising at all. One should know that in this world, there were not many people like Ling Xiao who could use their soul to cultivate. If Ling Xiao reached the divine king realm in the future, the strength of his divine soul would also increase. It could be said that the strength of Ling Xiao's divine soul would advance one step ahead of the others. However, if Ling Xiao stopped cultivating his mental strength, the strength of his body would sooner or later catch up to the strength of his divine soul. After Ling Xiao broke the formation and killed the few holy emperors, he immediately attacked the other members of the Gao family. The few peak holy emperors of the Gao family had all summoned their spirit beasts to kill Ling Xiao together. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was completely a situation where one side would not stop until the other was dead. Xinyu Yi and the Earth Spike Dragon were covered in blood. Finally, Xinyu Yi exhausted Gao Pingyuan's strength and killed him under his own divine axe. However, the mask on Xinyu Ye's face had also exploded, revealing his original face. However, he did not care so much. The Earth Spike Dragon was the strongest among all the holy beasts, but there were too many of them. Even if it was strong, after killing 7 or 8 holy beasts, it had many wounds all over its body. Ling Xiao was not much better. Although his divine soul was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. After killing the few peak holy emperors, he had to return it to his knowledge sea to recuperate. Although his injuries were not light, he had the ancient sovereign divine art to continuously heal his injuries. He also took medicinal pills from time to time, so his condition was much better than Xinyu Ye's. The Gao clan sent an endless stream of people over, but most of their strongest saint emperors had already been killed. 2 people and 1 beast, they were truly bathed in blood. The people watching from the top of the city wall were all very excited. They were all strong people who had seen many battles, but 2 people and 1 beast challenging all the holy emperor of a large family. This kind of courage was really rare in the world. They all showed a look of admiration. They were all in awe of these 2 people. These were the real strong people. The Gao family was scared. They killed more than 100 holy emperors, but they couldn't kill Ling Xiao and Xinyu Yi outside the city wall. They didn't dare to send anyone else to challenge them, because they knew that it was impossible to deal with these 2 people and 1 beast without the strength of a demigod king or above. Ling Xiao nailed the last holy emperor of the Gao family to the city wall with his spear. Blood slowly flowed down the city wall. It looked very scary. Ling Xiao leaped into the air and pulled the golden dragon spear back into his hand. A peerless true dragon roared incessantly above his head. The majestic wind of an emperor surrounded his body, making him look like an emperor that made people want to submit to him. Shameless Gao family scoundrel, what else do you have? Come out and die. I, Ling Xiao, haven't killed enough. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes were like lightning, his whole body was flowing with golden light, and he roared towards Shitian City. Shameless Gao family scoundrel, what else do you have? Come out and die. I, Ling Xiao, haven't killed enough. The voice was like a clap of thunder. Almost the entire city could hear it, and it reverberated continuously. For a long time, no one dared to challenge Ling Xiao and Xinyu Yi anymore. Xinyu Yi swallowed a recovery pill and revealed a heroic smile. Boss, these days have been the most enjoyable days for me. Shameless Gao clan scoundrels, do you still want to come out and fight me one-on-one? Come ha! Ling Xiao and Xinyu Ye's heroic spirit soared to the sky, like 2 killing gods. they were revered. On this day, the two were destined to become famous in Shitian City. They strode towards the city gate with their heads held high. The guards guarding the gate separated into two sides and saluted Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi, their eyes filled with awe and respect. City Lord Guanzhong personally led people to welcome the two of them. "Ha! The two of you really have earth-shattering battle prowess. Even the Gao family was defeated. I really admire you." Guanzhong warmly greeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao showed a humble expression. "City Lord is too kind. If it wasn't for the Gao family going too far, Ling Xiao wouldn't have stirred up trouble. Please forgive me, City Lord." "No matter, the Gao family has lost both their men and their formation. They are no longer qualified to stay here. I believe many people will be interested in them. Ling Xiao, you don't have to worry that someone will come looking for trouble." Guanzhong waved his hand and said. After a pause, he looked at Xin Yuyi and asked doubtfully, "Lunatic man, you didn't die? What happened in the prison arena?" Everyone saw with their own eyes that Ling Xiao killed Xin Yuyi in the prison arena. But now, he was alive and well, and was even fighting side by side with Ling Xiao. He really couldn't understand this. "What? Do you want me to be captured and killed like a barbarian?" Xin Yuyi shouted angrily. After a few days of killing, his bloodthirst was completely aroused. He didn't care whether the person in front of him was the city lord or not. He would kill anyone who provoked him. Ling Xiao glared at Xin Yuyi from the side and said, "Old Ji, don't be rude." Then he looked at Guanzhong and said, "City Lord, lunatic man is already dead. He's my brother Xin Yuyi. Did you get the wrong person?" Guanzhong laughed heartily and said, Yes, this castellan's eyes are failing me. I am truly sorry, brother. Come, today this castellan will host a banquet for the two of you. Please give me some face." "City Lord is too polite. This is because we're basking in the City Lord's light," Ling Xiao replied. He had a good impression of Guanzhong. He was a City Lord, but he didn't have that domineering aura, and he didn't show any disdain towards them. Although people like him couldn't be close friends, they couldn't become enemies either. It was best if they were just ordinary friends. "Elderling, you should return to the clan. The clan has already prepared a lot of resources for you and promoted you to an inner elder. You can participate in the clan's internal meeting." A clear and melodious voice could be heard from not far away. Zhang Lianxiang, who was wearing a gorgeous floral dress, walked towards Ling Xiao leisurely. She was already very flirtatious, and now she was walking like a water snake. She swayed her round butt and puffed out her chest. Her alluring appearance made many men drool. Ling Xiao didn't want to accept this slut's kindness, so he immediately refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Zhang. However, I heard that the Zhang family has already expelled me. I'm afraid I'm not fated to be your inner elder anymore." Although the Zhang family had abandoned him, Ling Xiao didn't want to fall out with Zhang Lianhua. He had stayed in the Zhang family before, so he knew that there might be a demigod king in the Zhang family. The Gao family definitely couldn't compare to them. Otherwise, how could they become the #1 family in Stone Sky City? Chapter 1078. Which man doesn't love beauty, which man doesn't have an affair? Ling Xiao loved beauties, but he didn't have much interest in riding 10,000 people. When he temporarily lived under the Zhang family, he wanted to be wronged for once, but Zhang Lianhua didn't cherish it and fooled around with her senior martial brother Feng. Now that he was abandoned by the Zhang family, he fought a bloody battle with the Gao family for several days and nights. Now that he won, she came out and said nice things to him. Even a blind person could see that the Zhang family's style of doing things was despicable and disgraceful. Ling Xiao would leave the Zhang family sooner or later, it was just that it was brought forward now. Zhang Lianhua didn't get angry because of Ling Xiao's words. Instead, she got closer to Ling Xiao. Her face was filled with infatuation, and she said coquettishly, "I know you're angry, but this wasn't my idea. As long as you're willing to come back to our Zhang family, I don't care what you do." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with Zhang Lianhua's flowery words. He lightly avoided her and said to Officer Fan, "City Lord Fan, let's go." After fighting for a few days, my stomach is flat from hunger. Xianxia, who was on the side, echoed, "That's right, my stomach is also hungry. I don't know if the city lord has prepared high-grade spirit beast meat. I can eat half a spirit beast meat." "Huh, yes, as long as you can eat, you can have as much as you want." Officer Fan laughed, then he said to Zhang Lianhua, "Miss Zhang, if you don't mind, you can come and drink with us." And then Lianhua will respectfully accept. Zhang Lianhua didn't hesitate to agree. She also very proudly gave Ling Xiao a coquettish look. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao turned a blind eye to it. Just as the group headed towards the city lord's mansion, the Gao family was attacked by the joint forces of other forces. A family that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years was completely destroyed just like that. For a period of time, the heroic deeds of Ling Xiao and Xianxia spread throughout Stone Sky City. It could be said that because of these two people, a family was destroyed. This was not something an ordinary person could do. In a luxurious trading shop in the city, a holy emperor was rushing to the top floor. The holy emperor went to the door and knocked a few times. Then he knelt down on one knee and said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one has returned." After a while, a voice came from inside the house, "Come in." After the holy emperor walked in, he respectfully handed a recording crystal bead to the table next to the old man lying on the armchair. "Your Excellency, this is the situation of the past few days. Please take a look." The holy emperor was still bowing as he spoke with a respectful expression. The old man slowly opened his old eyes. His aura suddenly changed from that of a neighbor's old man to a dignified old man, giving off a formless and terrifying pressure. He held the recording crystal bead in his hand and looked at it. Impressively, it was the recording of the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianxia and the Gao family in the past few days. When the old man saw that there were two more Ling Xiaos, his old eyes shone brightly. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually a flesh and blood soul." The expression on the old man's face became more and more excited. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ah, good. No wonder you were able to break through the defense of man lunatic in the prison arena. So it turns out that you have such a strong backing. The Holy Emperor has condensed a flesh and blood soul before he is even 100 years old. This kind of talent can't be said to be unique, but it is extremely rare in the entire Heavenly Dragon domain. I'm afraid that only those divine bodies or reincarnated divine kings can compare to him." After pausing for a moment, he said to the Holy Emperor, Quickly go and invite this brat here." "No, it's better if I go personally. Otherwise, we won't be able to show our sincerity." "Your Excellency, how can this be? Who here is worthy of you lowering your status to see him? It's better for this lowly one to invite him here." The Holy Emperor revealed a look of surprise as he said, "Hurry up and bring a few people with this old man to invite him." The old man hurriedly stopped him. Not long after, a luxurious carriage pulled by a few Class 7 fierce striped tigers headed towards the city lord's mansion. When the pedestrians on the road saw this luxurious carriage, they all gave way to it, their eyes filled with awe. Half an hour later, the luxurious carriage pulled by the fierce striped tigers stopped in front of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and City Lord Guanzhong were drinking happily. Zhang Lianhua, however, had been called back by her family halfway. "Brother Ling, I'll call you this from now on. My senior brother doesn't have a good eye. You're clearly a top genius, but he doesn't dare to accept you into the palace. This is definitely a loss for our Cyan Moon Palace." Guanzhong drank a mouthful of wine, his face glowing red. "City Lord, Elder Feng also has a good eye for talent. I cultivate multiple attributes, and the road ahead will be difficult." Ling Xiao sighed. "Brother, don't treat me like an outsider. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Fan. I don't have much ability, but I like to make friends. A genius like Brother Ling is rarely seen in 1,000 years, Guanzhong said. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Although you cultivate multiple attributes, for you to be able to cultivate to this level at such a young age, you must have your own unique cultivation technique. I firmly believe that Brother Ling will definitely shine in the heaven region in the future. Hello, Brother Fan, you're flattering me. Ling Xiao smiled. Boss, don't be so humble. I also feel that Brother Fan is right. In less than 100 years, you'll definitely become a god king. Xianxia said as he chewed on a piece of leg meat. His face was covered in grease, and he looked very boorish. This was the heroic personality unique to the barbarian race. Brother Xinyu, you're not bad either. You've already activated your barbarian bloodline. I'm sure that once this news spreads out, your clansmen will definitely come looking for you. Guanzhong laughed. What do you two brothers plan on doing in the future? Ling Xiao replied, I don't have any plans for now. Xianxia said, Boss, didn't you say you wanted to earn Xian crystals? With your great Saint Master cultivation, you can earn as much as you want. Suddenly, the jade cup in Fan Guanzhong's hand was crushed by him. He looked at Xianxia in shock. What did you just say? Xianxia scratched his head. I said boss wants to earn Xian crystals. What's wrong with that? No, I was talking about the last part. Guanzhong hurriedly said. With my boss's great Saint Master cultivation, he can earn as much as he wants? What's wrong with that? Xianxia didn't understand. At that moment, Guanzhang's gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you're also a great Saint Master? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Brother Guan, there's no need to make such a big fuss about it. There are plenty of divine alchemists in the heaven region. What can a trifling great Saint Master do? Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly an acknowledgement of his other identity. Guanzhong was so moved that he couldn't even speak. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao was such a monster? To be able to become a middle holy emperor before the age of 100 was one thing, but he was also a great saint alchemist. Such a tenbin was definitely a rare existence in the heaven region. No, I have to recommend you to the palace. With Brother Ling's abilities, I'm afraid you can immediately become an inner sect elder. There isn't even a single divine alchemist in the palace. Guanzhong made up his mind. Brother Guan, there's no need to be like this. To be honest, I don't want to join any faction right now. That would be too restrictive. Ling Xiao shook his head. AI, it seems that our Cyan Moon Palace isn't so fortunate. However, to be able to meet a genius like Brother Ling is my fortune. Come, let us drink a cup of wine. We won't leave until we're drunk. Guanzhong sighed in disappointment. At that moment, a figure hurriedly walked in, reporting to the city lord, Sire Lai has arrived. What's Sire Lai? Tell him to stand to the side. What? You said Sire Lai has arrived? Guanzhong asked carelessly before his body trembled, and he stood up. It is indeed that, sire, he's already at the door. The man replied. Could it be that Sire Lai has something important for him to come personally? Quickly come with me to welcome him. Guanzhong spoke before rushing out of the palace with Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. Brother Fan is just a newcomer, what's there to be surprised about? Ling Xiao laughed. It must be a big shot. Quickly eat your fill, we should leave early so that we won't delay Brother Fan's welcoming of an important guest. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Brother Ling, hurry up and come out. Sire Lai wants to see you personally. Guanzhang's voice could be heard before the person even reached the door. Who's Sire Lai? Ling Xiao asked curiously as he stood up. He hadn't even walked out of his seat when an old man appeared at the door and smiled. No need to be surprised, it's just this old man who wants to see little friend Feng Kai. Ling Xiao looked at this kind old man and his dragon eyes immediately narrowed. He could clearly feel that this old man was the first person that made him feel threatened since he came to the heaven region. Demigod King. These three words immediately popped up in Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao's divine soul had the ability to see through the strength of anyone below the God King realm, and to be able to make him feel threatened and oppressed, one had to be at least at the Demigod King realm, and this old man in front of him was undoubtedly a real Demigod King. Brother Ling, Brother Xinyu, this is Sire Lai Zan, the most respected person in our Stone Heaven City. This is the first time he's come to my house. It really brings light to my humble dwelling. Guanzhong introduced excitedly. Greetings, Sire Liaison. Ling Xiao and Xianxia both bowed and greeted. A person who could make Guanzhong treat him so respectfully must have a high status. Cut the crap, this old man is here to see little brother Ling Xiao. As expected, you're handsome, talented, and talented. Liaison praised Ling Xiao as soon as he opened his mouth. This made Ling Xiao a little embarrassed. He whispered in his heart, I admit that these are all my good points, but don't say it in the hall in front of everyone, I'll be embarrassed. May I know why Sire is looking for me? Ling Xiao asked. Chapter 1079. Ling Xiao didn't know many people in the Heaven Territory. He didn't know which force could make Fan Guanzhong respect him so much. However, he could feel that the other came to recruit him. In the past few days of fighting outside the city, he had already displayed all of his strength. There would definitely be people who would be able to recognize his divine soul. Little brother Ling Xiao, to be honest, I'm here to invite you to join our blazing flame merchants. Liaison said straightforwardly. Then, he said affirmatively, our merchant union can provide you with all the divine items that can help you advance. With your competence, within 100 years, no, within 50 years, you will become a king god. Liaison gazed at Ling Xiao, his old eyes filled with hope as if he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to agree immediately. Fan Guanzhong, who was standing to the side, revealed an extremely shocked expression. His eyes were filled with incomparable envy. What kind of force was the Blazing Flame Merchants? It was a super force of the Sky Dragon region. Besides the Dragon Gate, it was as famous as the Sword Washing Manor, the Divine Axe Gang, and the Sun and Moon Sect. In the Heaven Territory, it was also a famous existence. They had the supreme incipient God Realm experts, many King God Realm experts, and many holy emperors working for them. Their businesses could be found in every big city of the Sky Dragon region. They were the richest merchant union in the entire Sky Dragon region. Not only Fan Guanzhong knew this, but Ling Xiao also knew how powerful the Blazing Flame Merchants were. He didn't waste his time in the Zhang family. He had read many books and records about the history of the Heaven Territory. The Blazing Flame Merchants were a super force that had been passed down from the antiquity time. For millions of years, no one could challenge their position. All of this happened too suddenly. Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. If he could refuse the invitation of the Green Moon Palace, it was because they couldn't give Ling Xiao what he needed. However, facing the richest merchant union in the Sky Dragon region, how could he refuse? As long as he joined the merchant union, he would have countless resources to cultivate and he would be able to become a god king faster. After all, there were many resources that couldn't be easily found, especially those divine materials. With his current strength, it was even more difficult to obtain them. Xianxia also knew of the existence of the Blazing Flame Merchants and immediately urged Ling Xiao, "Boss, don't hesitate, quickly agree to him." "That's right, little brother, as long as you join our merchant union, I will immediately recommend you a God King Realm tutor to help you become a God King faster. Although you have God Soul now, if you don't have a tutor, you won't understand the mysteries of God Soul and God Body. You won't be able to become a God King in the shortest time possible." Liaison continued to tempt him. "Brotherling, hurry up and say yes. As long as you join the Blazing Flame Merchants, it will be easier for you to earn glazed crystals." Fan Guanzhong added. While Fan Guanzhong was vexed at his senior brother's lack of foresight, he was glad that he had made the right friend. If Ling Xiao joined the Blazing Flame Merchant Union, and he could get in touch with him, then he could also get some benefits. Although Ling Xiao was ambitious, at this moment, he still held his breath and didn't know how to respond. He had thought of building his own force, but his strength was still far from enough. He didn't know how many years it would take before he could establish the Smiling Palace in the Heaven region. One must know that there were many experts in the Heaven region. It wasn't like a backward city like Stone Heaven City, where there was only the Holy Emperor. After a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Lord Liaison, can I think about it for a few days? This is too sudden for me, not to mention that I was just abandoned by the Zhang family." Before he finished speaking, Fan Guanzhong immediately said anxiously, Brother Ling, what are you thinking about? This is a good thing that others can't even beg for. Indeed, in the Heavenly Dragon domain, there were many young talents who wanted to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, but they were all rejected. And Ling Xiao had been personally invited by someone else, yet he was still thinking about it. If anyone else was here, they would think that his head was clamped. Lai Zan smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's only right for little brother to think about it. However, I hope that no matter what, you can think about it carefully. This old man hopes to get the best answer." "Thank you, my lord." Ling Xiao replied gratefully. Although Lai Zan was a member of the Blazing Flame Merchants, he didn't have that kind of arrogant feeling, which made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. He was already thinking about how to reply to him. Lai Zan said again, "How about this? Within 3 days, this old man will wait for little brother's answer in my Blazing Flame Merchants trading shop." "All right, in 3 days, Ling Xiao will personally pay his respects to you." Ling Xiao replied. "Ha, good. To be able to meet such a young talent like little brother, this old man is very fearful. I'll send someone to pick you up in 3 days, Lai Zan praised. "There's no need to trouble my lord, I can go myself." Ling Xiao tactfully declined. No, you must," Lai Zan said, then his gaze fell on Xin Yi. "Little brother from the barbarian tribe, your potential is not bad. Unfortunately, you are from the barbarian tribe, and we, the Blazing Flame Merchants, do not dare to accept you. If little brother Ling joins our merchant union, I can let you return to your clan's land." With your ability, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Divine King realm in the future. Xin Yi replied straightforwardly, "I'm boss's man. Wherever boss goes, I'll go. I believe that even if I don't return to my clan, boss can still help me break through to the Divine King realm." "Ha, that's good. Then this old man won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back and wait for the good news." Lai Zan laughed and left. He came in a hurry, and left in a hurry. After sending him off, Guanzhong couldn't help but exclaim a few times in excitement. "Little brother Ling, you're so lucky to be chosen by this lord. In the future, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the region," Guanzhong said to Ling Xiao enviously. "Brother Fan, you must be joking. Lord Lai Zan is only representing himself. The power behind him hasn't even nodded yet. This matter still needs to be carefully considered," Ling Xiao said calmly. "No, you're wrong. Although this lord's position in the merchant union isn't high, don't underestimate his ability. Since he's chosen you and has personally come to invite you to join, he definitely has the confidence to let you join the merchant union," Guanzhong said confidently. Then let me think about it in 3 days." Ling Xiao smiled. The next day, Ling Xiao and Xin Yi arrived at the courtyard outside the city. Before he had even arrived, a silhouette swept out from the courtyard. A burst of fragrance instantly filled Ling Xiao's heart, and a soft, delicate body had already burrowed into his arms. Hugging the plump person in his arms, Ling Xiao's heart only felt a burst of warmth. Xin Yi was quite tactful and avoided it. After a long time, Yuro Fei, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, began to sob softly. Ling Xiao cupped her seductive face and gently kissed away all her tears. "Good girl, don't cry, I'm fine now." Ling Xiao comforted. "You're really a person, no matter where you go, you always cause trouble. Can't you let people live in peace?" Yuro Fei lightly punched Ling Xiao's body and cried. These days, watching Ling Xiao's bloody battles outside the city, her heart was almost broken. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao was winning every battle, she would definitely rush out and fight alongside Ling Xiao. In these few days, watching her man shake the world like a god of war, she was also very happy in her heart. Ling Xiao pinched Yuro Fei's round butt and said, "There's nothing I can do. Who told your husband to be a person who is naturally feared by others? As the saying goes, those who are not feared by others are mediocre. Your husband, I am a genius, so it's normal for there to be people who don't like me." Yuro Fei's face flushed red from being caressed by her lover, making her look extremely beautiful. "Let's go in. Mistress and military advisor are still waiting for you." Yuro Fei broke free from Ling Xiao's demonic palm and said with a smile, Feng Qingyuan's expression was a little sad. She knew that what Ling Xiao and Xianxia said was the truth. With their current strength and wealth, it would be extremely difficult for them to find someone in the heaven realm. But she still wanted to find the evil emperor as soon as possible. Chapter 1080. Should I look for master? Or should I temporarily join the blazing flame merchants? Ling Xiao held the naked beauty in one hand and stared at the ceiling as he thought to himself in annoyance. In the past, he could leave and stay whenever he wanted without any worries. However, he couldn't help but think for others. If something happened and the God King came, then even the gods wouldn't be able to save his life. A jade-like finger circled around Ling Xiao's heart a few times, and a gentle voice sounded, "What are you thinking about? Tell me, I'll help you." Yuro Fei raised her beautiful eyes to look at Ling Xiao, her face filled with happiness. She was glad that Ling Xiao had forcefully brought her back from the Sand region. Otherwise, how could she be with him and enjoy the happiness of being a woman? Ling Xiao sighed. "Ro Fei, do you want to find your foster father?" Yuro Fei nodded. "Of course I want to, but the heaven region is vast, and I don't know where to look." Yes, the heaven region is vast, and it's divided into 5 large regions. Each region is incomparably vast, and even the God King would have to spend many years to find all of them, Ling Xiao replied. "Didn't your foster father leave you any way to find him?" Ling Xiao asked again. Yuro Fei shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness and longing. "Fortunately, Master gave me the jade tube of life. As long as I take it out, I'll be able to find him," Ling Xiao said. "That's good, but I've thought of a way to find my foster father. As long as I post a mission in the Mercenary Association and draw his appearance, I'm sure I'll be able to find him," Yuro Fei said. She paused for a moment, then continued, "But this might require a lot of crystals to get people to pay attention to this mission." "That's a good idea, but if it's published by an ordinary person, I'm afraid that no one will pay attention to it. If it's published in the name of a major force, the effect will definitely be different." Ling Xiao suddenly lamented. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through his mind, and he immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, in the name of a great force, if I join the blazing flame merchants and use their connections to find people, I'm afraid I don't know how many times faster it will be for me to find people by myself." "Husband, what are you talking about?" Yuro Fei asked in confusion. Then, Ling Xiao told Yuro Fei about Lai Zan inviting him to join the blazing flame merchants. "Do you think I should join the blazing flame merchants? I'm just afraid that I'll lose a lot of freedom after joining," Ling Xiao asked Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei pondered for a moment and said, "Husband, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Right now, we're not familiar with the people and places in the heaven region, so it's really difficult for us to find people directly. If you can join the blazing flame merchants, that would be the best." With husband's outstanding tenbin, even in the heaven region, there will be a time for you to shine. We still have to stay in the heaven region for a long time, so we can take our time to find people. Moreover, as you said, as long as you do well in the blazing flame merchants, it'll be twice the result with half the effort when looking for people. If you're not happy with them, then husband can also set up another force. "So you agree with my opinion?" Ling Xiao asked. Yuro Fei gently caressed Ling Xiao's chest and said, "As long as you want to do it, I will support you unconditionally." Ling Xiao was so touched that he held her delicate hand. His other hand gently caressed her smooth jade back and said, "Ro Fei, you're so nice. If husband thinks that I'm good, you should take good care of me again." Yuro Fei said affectionately, her delicate face rippling with endless love. Ling Xiao's hand moved to her full chest and gently pinched the soft place. He turned around and rode on her body that was like a snake, and his lower body tyrannically entered the wet place. A satisfied voice sounded the bugle horn of battle. The second time, Ling Xiao told Xianxia and Feng Qingyuan about him joining the blazing flame merchants. Xianxia unconditionally supported Ling Xiao's decision, but Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but reveal an unhappy expression. The reason she came to the heaven realm was to find the evil emperor and live together with him, but Ling Xiao wanted to join the Blazing Flame merchants. How was she supposed to find him? At this time, Ling Xiao explained to her, "Mistress, don't worry, I'll be able to find Master faster if I join the Blazing Flame merchants. Don't try to coax me, it's not that Mistress doesn't know the big picture. I know that Xiao's talent is outstanding, and only this kind of big power can help you increase your cultivation quickly, but..." Feng Qingyuan sighed. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Mistress, I'm serious, don't you understand Xiao's character? If I want to find Master, I also want to find Ro Fei's foster father, but with just the few of us, who knows how long it will take for us to find him. If I were to join the Blazing Flame merchants, with their connections throughout the cities of the Sky Dragon region, wouldn't it be easy for them to find 2 people? Mistress, what do you think?" Feng Qingyuan wasn't the kind of woman with long hair and short knowledge. She was once the person in charge of the Feng clan, and she understood many things even better than Ling Xiao. It was just that she wanted to see the evil emperor too much, so she felt that Ling Xiao wanted to join the Blazing Flame merchants only for herself. Now that Ling Xiao reminded her, she suddenly realized that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. It seems that Mistress really misunderstood you, but once you join this kind of power, it won't be easy to get rid of it. You have to think carefully about this matter. Feng Qingyuan reminded him. "Then I know this. If I'm happy, then I'll think about it after I gain a foothold in the heaven realm. If I'm not happy, then I'll make plans when the time comes," Ling Xiao replied. With this decision, Ling Xiao began to think about how to deal with Lai Zan. Although he had temporarily joined the Blazing Flame merchants, he definitely couldn't take someone else as his master. He seemed to have quite a few masters already, so why not find a small job there first? Very soon, it was time for Ling Xiao to reply to Lai Zan. Ling Xiao originally wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to wait for someone, but unexpectedly, before he could go out, a luxurious carriage pulled by a few rank 7 flame tigers arrived in front of his courtyard. Only a rich and powerful clan like the Blazing Flame merchants would use spirit beasts of this rank to pull a carriage. A high-rank holy emperor came down from the carriage and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Please get in the carriage, young Master Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao really didn't expect that his remote courtyard couldn't be hidden from Lai Zan. He thought to himself, if it's an enemy, then it'll be dangerous. The Blazing Flame merchants are actually well informed. Ling Xiao nodded towards the high-rank holy emperor and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then he got in the carriage alone. The luxurious carriage was as spacious as a house, with a soft couch, tea, and wine set inside. It was extremely luxurious. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. They really know how to enjoy themselves. In the future, this prince will also get a more advanced luxurious carriage. Wouldn't it be great to have fun with the madams everywhere? While Ling Xiao was thinking about his grand plan, the luxurious carriage had already stopped in front of a Blazing Flame merchant's trading shop. When the carriage stopped, the warriors who were trading or lingering at the entrance all bowed towards the luxurious carriage with incomparable respect on their faces. They all knew that the person sitting in this luxurious carriage was only Lord Lai Zan, one of the most powerful people in Shitian City and also the most distinguished person in Shitian City. However, when they saw a young man coming down from the carriage, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This wasn't Lord Lai Zan at all, but Ling Xiao, the influential figure who had set up an arena outside the city to challenge the Gao family a few days ago. Watching Ling Xiao enter the tall building of the shop under the guidance of a holy emperor, the crowd came back to their senses. Isn't that Ling Xiao who can fight against 100 people alone? He was actually received by Lord Lai Zan, and was even sent to pick him up in his private carriage. What's going on? It seems that Lord Lai Zan has already seen Ling Xiao's potential and is preparing to lead him to the Blazing Flame merchants. What a great opportunity! That's right. How many young talents want to join the Merchant Alliance? However, the Merchant Alliance's selection criteria are very strict. Not only must the Tenbin be outstanding, but he must also have enough loyalty. There's no doubt about Ling Xiao's combat strength. In Shitian City, he's the #1 among the holy emperors. Let's see if he can successfully join the Merchant Alliance and soar to the sky. It's really enviable. My lord, I've brought young Master Ling Xiao. The Holy Emperor came to the door and bowed. Well, you can leave. Let him come in by himself. Lai Zan's voice came from inside. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the room, Lai Zan immediately greeted him with a smile. Little brother Ling is really trustworthy. Ling Xiao despised him in his heart. You've already found a place for me to stay. I can't not keep the appointment. Greetings, Lord Lai Zan. Ling Xiao still lowered his posture and greeted. It seems that you already have the answer in your heart, but I don't know if it's the answer I want. Lai Zan looked straight at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and immediately nodded. It's not a problem for me to join your merchant alliance, but I want to tell you that I'm used to being restrained by others. If your merchant alliance's requirements are too high, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble. As the saying goes, if you don't declare it in advance, when the time comes, it'll be hard to say what happens. Are you worried that joining our merchant alliance will be too restrictive? Lai Zan still had a faint smile on his face as he asked. Ling Xiao nodded, acknowledging Lai Zan's words. Lai Zan smiled and said, You can rest assured about this. For an outstanding genius like you in Tenbin, our merchant alliance only wants to train you as a spokesperson to increase the strength of our merchant alliance. We don't need you to participate in various management matters. You will have a lot of free space to cultivate, but if the merchant alliance needs anything, you must unconditionally work for the merchant alliance. Can you be more specific? Ling Xiao asked again. Thus, Lai Zan explained in detail again. That was, if Ling Xiao joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, he would not need to participate in any management, and the Blazing Flame Merchants would provide all kinds of cultivation resources to Ling Xiao free of charge. They would not place too many restrictions on Ling Xiao, but if the Merchant Alliance needed it, Ling Xiao would have to work for the Merchant Alliance. Moreover, Ling Xiao could not do anything detrimental to the Merchant Alliance. Of course, if he did anything big, his reputation would be carried out in the Merchant Alliance's name, which was equivalent to announcing that he was a member of the Merchant Alliance and helping the Merchant Alliance build momentum. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.